What's good, Royal Family? What's good? It is Queen's Throne. We got some shit to talk about because I had posted a video last night. It was about 12 o'clock on a nigga named Charli on an app called Bigo, in which he is a host for. And Charli was accused of touching and molesting and raping at the time 15-year-old boy. So before we get into that, we're going to listen to a song called Straight Riders by Cash Me Out and a bunch of my other people. Anyway, let's get into the song before we get into the show.
Yeah. Squat. Yeah.
My bitch right beside me. Work out in my truck, got that dump truck in my backseat. I'm a straight rider. Y'all niggas don't want that. Folks be with your head for some dumb shit that you said. Squad
600. Riding round with dope boy. Don't let me out tryna put that bow to your boy. When I hold the sap, get low, boy. I hit high, no football. I'm with the sits off good law. We smoke switch. Chris Paul, the hitman for my squad. I go get fam for my squad. Suit up your new cut like Sinbad for my squad. I ain't meant to use shoe practice. That 10 man for my squad. You ain't get knocked off for the low. Tryna pop off for a bro. So see, I'm a hit at my show, ho. Then send it out to my bro. My new shit on Tukey, jumped up, you stupid. That ain't loud, that's LV, and that ain't talking about Louis. On lawbreakers, I live like your mindset to get hit twice for the dumb shit that you talk. Bet when you leave here, you ain't walking, that's 600. No, it ain't even funny. Where the powder at? Slap your bitch to sleep and then dismiss her where you found it at. I'm down with that. Real ignorant shit, yeah, it's 600, bitch.
my bitch right beside me. Work out in my truck, got that dump truck in my backseat. I'm a straight rider. Y'all niggas don't want that. Folk be with your head for some dumb shit that you said. Squad straight rider. My bitch right beside me. Work out in my truck, got that dump truck in my backseat. I'm a straight rider. Y'all niggas don't want that. Folk be with your head for some dumb shit that you said. Squad.
My team holla squad, and I'm in that bitch. And if that trick get out of line, I'ma clear her shit. And if these niggas talking action, and it's movies, bitch. We bring the lights, camera, action, time to do that shit. Catch you about that paper, catch you about that red one. Move from the squad, and catch you have your head. Catch me on that money, catch me on that grind. Catch you creeping out your crib, and slap you from behind. These niggas, they don't play. My squad be with that shit. Guaranteed every nigga on your team will get hit. Guaranteed every pistol that we told is gonna spit. It's a promise they won't find you. Have them boys come out and hide you. Leave your family right beside you. And that's cause I'm a rider. These busters, they don't want it, and I put that on my kids. My squad with that action, and that's the way it is. First lady in this bitch, guaranteed to get rid. Catch me out.
My bitch right beside me. Work out in my truck, got that dump truck in my backseat. I'm straight. You said squad. Straight. My bitch right beside.
All right, so we seem to be having some issue with StreamYards today. This motherfucker want to play tug of war with me. I hope that y'all can hear me though. But we got some shit to talk about. All right, so I'm just gonna get into it. Let's basically, I want to give Charli a minute, because he was playing in my comment section, trolling the fuck out of me today, talking about what he gonna do and all this and that. Because I had did a video last night on him, and he really didn't appreciate the fact that I did a video on him being accused of touching, at the time, 15-year-old boy. Now, I did give my commentary, but since Charli wanted to sit up here and threaten to flag down my channel for copyright, which I don't give a fuck about, bitch ass nigga, you goofy ass bitch, period. I thought that I would come through and address you. Let me tell you something. You want to sit up here and say that you're going to copyright strike my video because I allowed you to speak on your bullshit accusations. Now, after I play this song to try to summon your bitch ass the fuck over here, bitch, just like you was in my comment section, I didn't screenshot it. I was in my fifis. You feel what I'm saying? Delete, delete, delete. You came through my shit trolling, claiming that this shit has been debunked. But bitch, I've looked everywhere, fuck nigga, and I ain't found shit. So we gonna play this song and hopefully we don't get our stream suspended for playing said song because it's Cheer Up Charli. Because Charli needs to cheer the fuck up. Let's go. They don't want me to play this, y'all. And my internet is fine and everything. Like, what the fuck? Hold on. You get through like every child. Son, I hope you know I'll make your... Oh my God. Anyway, at some point in time, hopefully it plays the motherfucking shit. Too much. What you mean too much? Exactly. I swear to God on everything I love. So basically, I was just trying to show y'all the video that I had redone because Charli wanted to be a little bitch ass nigga. Let me try to reset this up again or whatever. I don't know what the fuck. And I kind of knew that it was gonna give me some bullshit because before I came in here, it was acting funny. So let me see. I'm gonna try to play this again. And hopefully, because my internet is spot on, nothing's wrong with it or nothing. So I do want to play this song because I want Charli to cheer the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I really do. I really do. I want you to cheer up, Charli. You get through like every child, son, I hope you know I'll make your troubles go away. It do not want to let us play this song, child, and it's no copyright or nothing. But it just do not want to let that happen. Let me exit the stream for a second, come right back, because my internet is straight. I don't know what the fuck is going on with StreamYards, but let's... All right, I'm back. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me try this again, child, because this shit is weird as fuck. They don't want to let me get my motherfucking opinion out. Motherfuckers got a problem with shit. You get through like every child, son, I hope you know I'll make your troubles go away, Cheer up, Charli, give me a smile. What happened to the smile I used to know? Don't you know your grin has always been my sunshine? Let that sunshine gently show. Come on, Charli, no need to frown. Deep down you know tomorrow is your toy. When the days get heavy, never give up, let's get up and Adam boy. Charli someday, sweet as a song. Charli's lucky day will come along. Till that day, you gotta stay strong. Up on top is right where you belong. Look up, Charli, you'll see a star. Just follow it and keep your dreams in view. Pretty soon the skies are gonna clear up, Charli. Cheer up, Charli. Cheer up, Charli. Just be glad you're cheer up, Charli. Well, the singers did a little bit too much at the end because I don't love this fuck nigga. You feel what I'm saying? Anyway, to give you a rundown, basically, last night, early in the morning, I did a video on Charli where Charli was being accused of victimizing a, at the time, 15-year-old boy. Now, said person is in their 20s now, about 21-ish, and basically, you know, just like the Larry Reid situation, I figured I would hear from Charli in this situation, right? Because we heard from Larry, so we heard from Charli. And I was very surprised that Larry didn't try to strike the video down. His people didn't come under there hating and lying, talking about it's been debunked. Because if it's been debunked, I didn't see it. And if I posted a video on you, nigga, that means that I saw your response and I wasn't moved. So I moved to making a video to support the victim in this case, allegedly. What's good, a bitch tired, Emmanuel? You see, StreamYards and them was hating earlier. But yes, we're doing an afternoon live stream, partly because my daughter got a headache and it kind of won't go away. So I'm going to, take the night off and may have to bring her to the ER. But I think it might be like a sinus infection or something like that. You know, when they get in their teens, they don't really tell you until it get real bad. You know what I mean? Type of shit. Like, that's how my daughter is with, like, if she don't feel good or whatever. One day, it's just a long story. Anyway, so I don't play about my children. So I'm a little bit razzled during this live stream anyway, because I don't like when my children are hurting. Okay, period. Anyway, she's ducked off, playing the game, enjoying, trying to clear her brain. I told her, I gave her some little bath beads and told her, take a bath and stuff like that, and maybe that would help while we wait for the Tylenol to kick in. But so I wanted to come and talk to you guys about this situation because after my video went up, the video got about 331 views as of right now. I'm going to also share the link to that video, even though it's on this channel. And then, what is good, no nonsense, Stucky? And then, I'm going to share you another channel, right? Where if he does take my shit down, y'all know I got channels. I ain't worried about no copyright strike, child. I have none. I'm on good standing on all of my channels. So this first link is where I originally addressed him. The video he's claiming he's going to flag down. Then there's this video, which is Bigo Emporium, which is a channel that I'm subscribed to. And they have a lot of the tea over there, as well as some of the other channels that talk about Bigo and Miko content over here. Shout out to most of y'all. Y'all is official as hell. But, so we're gonna talk about this today. Yeah, headaches, man, it sucks too. And I had a headache the other day and I had, put the little bath salts in there and I just kind of relaxed and was reading a book and shit like that. And the next thing you know, my headache went away after, I had took some little Tylenol or whatever. So maybe that'll work for her. I don't know what's going on with the headaches. I just said that too to my king. Why do only the females in the house have headaches, but the males don't? Like, that's weird. So anyway, maybe it's just something, whatever. We'll check it out. But what's good, Jeanette? Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So I do see Emmanuel, Jeanette, a bitch Tad, Naomi. Shout out to Naomi. I saw Naomi on Miko. We was chilling watching, you know what I'm saying, Queen Op and some of the other content over there. Roll a mile in my shoes. Salute. Nola girl, what's good? Keep you in the prayers. Yes. So today we're gonna talk about this situation or whatever, because obviously he had claimed that he's gonna flag my channel down and all this and that, claiming that I violated him or some shit. It's cool because as I showed you in the second link, the link right here, they have that same video up. Okay, period, point blank, the same video, maybe not the exact same runtime, but the same exact video footage. You feel what I'm saying? And I don't know, I didn't reach out to Bigo Emporium, but did Charli threaten y'all? Because it's just very weird that video, for the link that's right there, did not give no commentary, right? And also posted the victim side in an additional video, but I did it all in one, and Charli is trying to copyright strike me, which I give a fuck about. But because I gave commentary, because I chopped that shit the fuck down, nigga, because I debunked your motherfucking bullshit and called you out. Don't feel bad about it, bitch. I've done this in several situations where people have been accused. And guess what? I've had little to no motherfucking problem that I couldn't handle myself. So what I did was, I just reconditioned the video to take his bitch ass bullshit out, but my response to his bullshit is still in the video. And even if you really, after this stream or when I get a chance to, I'm going to upload the video in totality, as well as a couple of other YouTubers that found out behind the scenes about this, reached out to me and said that they would put it on their page as well. So, what we doing here, Charli? What we doing, okay? That's all I'm trying to figure out at the end of the day. Now, I did give you a chance to speak up for yourself, but you chose to come in my comment section and had a fucking problem with the fact that I was taking up for an alleged victim, into which you did no debunking. You said nothing of interest, nothing at all. Now, a portion of this video at the end is going to kind of seem funny because I thought about it 20/20 hindsight. I didn't go in and clean the part up where I introduced the part where Charli would have given his bullshit ass excuse, where he was sitting up there with Royce. But like I said, I will be uploading this video to one of my smaller channels, child, since you want to play these games. And you've done enough over there that has been documented that I could pull up with stream after stream after stream. So your best bet is to cheer the fuck up, Charli. Get over it. We were going to move on anyway until any more information came out. But like you tried to say, it's been debunked. Where is it at? Because if somebody made an accusation on me, I'm going to respond to that shit. You feel what I'm saying? And you did nothing. You bullshitted around and I pointed that out. So if people still want to go look at that video is still up and it will be up on another channel within the next 24 hours. And I could post it on hella channels. Nobody over here is worried about a copyright strike. The fuck? Strike it, bitch. That just proves to me that you bogus as hell, and everything that I said at the end of this video, nigga, I drilled down on your goofy bitch ass, bitch. You been over there calling CPS on women with children. You been over there calling out other alleged predators. So why you got a problem when it's you and there's somebody that came up and said that you did this shit, nigga? The fuck? Get out your feelings, Charli. Cheer up, bitch. Let's go. And there's commentary in here. So unless I need to say something new, I'll see y'all on the other side where I will drop the link. But I can't be up here too long. Throughout the video, I'm going to check with my daughter. I told her whenever she's ready to go to the hospital, let me know. She ain't really trying to go either. But I'll let you know. We'll at least get done with this video. So I don't want to talk too much longer. Let's get into it. Okay, thank you, Nola. What's good, Royal Family? It is Queen's Throne, and I'm back at you again for another video. Now, I'm kind of stuck. If you watched the last live stream I did on the whole Larry Reid situation, something is telling me to just kind of fall back. But I did get the email from Tasha K's team about that court information, the lawsuit and things like that. So if anybody is interested in seeing it, just email me at queensthrone9@gmail.com. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of fall back, peep the scene, see how this goes. It's a little messy. I'll explain later. But for this video, I must explain to you really quick before we jump into it. So there is an influencer on Bigo. His name is Charli. He is in the LGBT community, but recently a 21-ish-year-old man came out and said that when he was 15, Charli touched him inappropriately and basically molested him. Now, since last video, the last time that we looked into these type of things and we heard from the other side, I feel like that kind of worked out well. So we will continue. So you'll be able to hear from Charli, and you'll also be able to hear from his accusers and those that are interviewing him. Now, obviously, I took out Charli's part. Of the people, the first video, I don't really know who those people are. They seem to be really new to Bigo, but the more detailed interview is with Liyah and somebody named Breion. And then Charli goes and talks to another content creator about the allegations that he is being accused of. So I hope you enjoy this video. I might be back periodically to let you guys know what's going on and kind of give you the rundown, since this is really, I think, the first time that Charli has made it to my page. Please make sure you hit the like. It is free. I do appreciate those that hit the like, share, as well as the donations, but even the hitting the like and sharing, it helps the channel. Anyway, let's jump into this whole situation where Charli is being accused of basically molesting a 15-year-old, allegedly, some years ago, but it is just coming up now. The first video will be the victim coming out, reaching out to these Bigo personality people. I think they're new to Bigo, and then from there, we'll continue.
Oh, take it to the fucking police. Take it to court. Go behind the scenes. I'm telling y'all, y'all can say, oh, put it out there on social media, but understand this though. If you don't take this shit to court, it's gonna fuck you up in the long run. I'm telling you the truth. Don't take this shit on social media. Take this shit off of Bigo. Cause here's the thing. All you gonna make this man, you giving this man ammunition. I'm helping you out. I'm on your side, but you giving this man ammunition. Take it to court. File a fucking report. That's it. Ammunition to say defamation of character, right? The fuck, y'all, come on. Don't be stupid. Y'all smart. Y'all smart enough. Come on, man. Y'all supposed to, if you're gonna build a cake, don't build it on Bigo. Fuck. Come on. Be smart about it. Be smart with your moves. Don't be showing your hands. And I understand where you're coming from, Liyah, but I understand y'all want to give out an awareness.
Stop talking what I'm talking.
This is Liyah right here in this box, who also does an interview later on. So right here's the victim. This is the hostess panel, and this is the dude that was just talking, saying, keep it off Bigo.
Talking. Shut your ass up. Okay, move. Back up. You're stuttering so hard you can spit all on my forehead. Goddamn. First of all, Charli on the run from court. He has failure to appear and some more shit. He moving to avoid court. He's moving to avoid being served. So no, he ain't taking nobody to court. Then nobody got shit to worry about. And it's only defamation if it's a lie. So let's just say that he wants to turn around and say that he's lying on me. I'm suing for defamation. This nigga could pop up with the video, and if it's him, it's gonna get thrown out. So ammunition for what? It's only defamation if it's a lie.
It's definitely not a lie. I just seen the video. It's
I'm not scary. I'm just saying, like, but okay. I'm just trying to understand y'all thought process on why bring it to Bigo.
I don't know. Maybe because everybody else brings shit to Bigo. Maybe it's because he realized the platform that he be on. I don't know. It wouldn't be me though. But maybe he just wants the truth to be out.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just living my truth. I'm just.
I understand that, but what can Bigo do for y'all though? What the hell can this app gonna help y'all?
Maybe he just wants vindication. Why do you? Are you a therapist?
No, I'm just saying. It's.
I mean, you pressure this boy, and he's up here telling his truth. If you don't want to hear it, I mean,
that's what I'm saying. What? Yeah, okay, I appreciate. Thank you for bringing awareness that this man is a pedophile. Cool.
That's you sound like a victim blamer, a victim shamer. And
no, I'm not victim shaming.
Ladies, I feel like you should drop him. He playing with his boy trauma.
Yeah, because I'm like confused.
I'm not talking heavy. I'm helping this man out.
You ain't helping nobody. You can't even help yourself.
Wait, me help me for what? I'm good. I'm straight.
Okay, then move. This boy not straight. He hurt.
And I understand, and I'm sorry, hey, bro. I'm sorry that you went through that, bro. My
then get out his face. Praying. Get out his face. And he do need to go to the police if he does have a video, in fact, that says it.
Get out his face. That's what I'm saying.
You stuttering and you getting spit everywhere. Like, goddamn, tell me.
I'm not even stuttering.
Don't you got spit on your forehead too? Lispy ass. Don't you got spit on your forehead too? Tell me.
Liyah, shut your ass up.
God damn. Move up out his face.
I'm not even joking.
I'm gonna drop too. Get up out that boy face. Let him tell his story.
Oh shit, I ain't want to say nothing, but Weezy, get the fuck down. Let him wake it up. Wake it up, baby. You speak your truth. You talking, baby. We right here.
Oh, baby, you left. Oh, baby, you ain't have to leave. What I was
All of
gonna
these
say
people coming
is,
up here victimizing him adds to his trauma. And this is something that victim shaming is never okay. And I didn't get any information on the young man. I hope somebody did. But if
And that's why when Charli had, came up in my shit, in my opinion, they was troll accounts. But from like 3-4 accounts, he up here, talking about it's been debunked. Nigga, I looked everywhere. That shit ain't been debunked. You didn't debunk shit. The video should be where I could fucking find that shit at. Period. And I've been watching your goofy ass, but you don't know what I have, bitch. So since we need to go back, I was not in the least bit, looking sideways that you had, acted this way. This comes out a lot. That when I point the finger at a motherfucker or we get to looking at some shit, and that was just the first glance, that a nigga get to trying to threaten me and fucking play around with me and shit. Nigga, let's go.
if somebody is having sex with children, this is a high crime and a felony that needs to go to the police. Now, if social media chooses to embark on it and piggyback on it, that's one thing. But this needs to go to the police if this is indeed what's happened.
I think you're right, Timmy. I think that's what I'm going to tell him to do.
That's a fact, Jeanette. But yeah, that part, because I ain't never put his name out here.
Versus me.
But it ain't defamation if it's true. And I said allegedly. So he can fuck off.
And the truth teller, because
we just looking at the information. Hey, if this shit would have never happened and it would have never came up on my desk, then we wouldn't have been looking at it. So defame what? Defame what? I ain't say he did it. We looked at the situation, but I see what you're saying, boo.
The video is
I definitely
really in depth. Like,
the thing with it is even dissemination of that information, even if you send it to the police, if you have the video, somebody needs to call the police, because one thing about pedophiles, I work with them for years, they don't stop. They just find new victims and new ways to do whatever it is they're doing. I don't know if this is true. I have not seen a video. I would never say anything like that. But if this is true and you are indeed looking at a video, this needs to go to the police. That's where these matters go, to the police.
Right. But I feel like the little boy coming up here telling his story, he's telling his story so that other people that's out here not aware, they can be aware of a pedophile that's around. So, I mean, I personally don't want to see the video, but personally, I think truth tellers should see the video, at least to say that another person that is on Bigo, because Lady Giller, I'm not sure who you is, and the little boy, we're not sure who he is, but we know who truth tellers is. We just want somebody to know 100% Charli faces in this video with a fucking child, because this is a serious thing. This is a serious thing that this guy done a whole campaign on Trina B, saying Trina B was a pedophile, accusing him for what his son had got charges for. But this whole man is doing the same thing.
Exactly. And then the fact that, okay, Charli called out Trina B, and there was some other situations that went on that were suspect as fuck. But when somebody come out with proof on him, it's a problem. That's the same thing he did to Trina B. And I didn't even get a chance to really get a real good gander and a look at it. I've looked at several videos, but I haven't formulated how I'm gonna, approach that video. But we do this over here. I think Charli just thought I was some clout chasing ass motherfucker that, I seen a video and want to repost it. Nah, bitch, this is what the fuck I do over here, nigga. I stand up for children. Get your mind right.
I think that the video should go to truth teller
and victims that are victimized and don't get a voice.
Truth teller, I don't think you should release the video, because if it's a child, you shouldn't release it. But you are somebody that get videos, and you can confirm to us that Charli faces in this video.
He's not on the registry yet because the victim is allegedly pressing charges. So, I'm looking for some more on the case. if it come out that dude lied, I already talked about it in this video, you know what I mean? But I know that a lot of y'all may not have seen this video yet or whatever, because I did post it in the middle of the night, and I'm just posting at different hours or whatever. It took a minute for it to upload, so I had uploaded it while I was at work.
Video. And if Charlie's face is in this video, baby, Charlie, we're gonna ray you out like you want Trina B out, baby. But yeah, but if ain't no face, it ain't no case. So that's all I'm saying.
I just wanted to say that nobody should get the video. The video is child pornography. Anybody that is passing that video around could be in trouble.
Right. That's what I'm afraid of.
And listen, I just want to say this. If I was victim shaming, if y'all took it as me victim shaming, I apologize. But for one, I'm just helping him out. I'm just saying, don't take this shit on social media. If this a fucking pornographic child pornography type of content, take it to the fucking court. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Don't bring this shit to Bigo. Bigo is
or anybody that watched the video. They watch child porn. They can get in trouble for that shit.
to help y'all. Bigo ain't gonna do a fuck ass thing about it. I'm just helping y'all out. I'm sorry that if y'all took it as fucking victim shaming, I apologize. But I so sorry for that young man to go through some shit like that. I'm very, very sorry. And Lady G, please just do what you know that's right and that's morally right. Please take it to the court, take it to the police. That's the best thing you can do. That's the justice
I
that
think
this
I'm
man.
gonna let him do it because y'all say even if I pass it along, it's pornography. So I'm gonna have to.
No, it won't be pornography. You can say he gave you the video. He was too scared to go to the police. He was traumatized. You can say that. Just say, hey, this man was traumatized. I was too scared to go. He was too scared to go to the police.
Facts, no nonsense, Stucky.
And
he was trying to come back in, but Charlie must have got him banned.
And facts, Jeanette. Yeah, take it to, because we could talk about this until, motherfuckers be blue in the face. But at the end of the day, the real people that need it is the police. Because if Charlie doing this, or people like Charlie, in my opinion, are doing this, then they need to be off the street, period.
He wanted to give y'all his Twitter. He said he was going.
But there is a lot of them with these type of accusations on Bigo and Miko. That's sad.
Posted on his Twitter.
No, don't post it anywhere. Keep it off the internet.
He said he was gonna post it, not me.
So in the video we just heard, the victim goes on a ladies panel on Bigo. Her name was Lady O. Gilliam, I believe. The victim's name was Telling My Truth. Then there was another person that was in the box. He had the lisp or whatever. He was referencing this video. Now in this alleged video, allegedly, Telling My Truth was 15 at the time, and Charli was about 20 years old and molested Telling My Truth at 15. Now, never send a video like that where it's a video, even if the person is now grown, but any type of video or any type of pictures where the victim is underage, because that is child pornography and we definitely don't want to rotate it. The man with the lisp was actually, spot on with Telling My Truth should have possibly brought this to the police at least first. The idea should be to get this type of predator off the street. I am inclined to believe this victim though. However, Charli is very manipulative. And, I'm pretty sure we'll look into Charli a little bit more as this situation comes out. Now, one of the people that I joined and was kind of capping on the dude with the lisp, her name is Liyah. She allegedly just had a baby, so congratulations to her. But now I said allegedly had a baby because Liyah felt that she had to, so Liyah is pregnant, so Liyah allegedly felt like she had to lie about when her baby was delivered, saying that it was like a week or two ago, because she knew that Charli was going to call CPS on her, which, that whole situation we haven't even gotten to yet. So she recently, allegedly, like 3 days ago, had the baby. That's why I said allegedly. her and Charli do have a lot of bad blood and stuff like that. However, later on, a person named Breion as well as Liyah continue to interview the victim on their panel. So let's take a look at that now. Let's go.
We're not gonna even jump the gun. We ain't worried about this between them. I mean, this ain't got nothing to do with them. A lot of those are trolls anyway.
So right here is Breion. The victim is up here telling my truth. He wasn't cammed up or nothing. So I kind of cut the screen right there. Here's Liyah, and this is the person that's watching it.
How old are you now?
I just turned 21 on January the 3rd.
Okay. And how old were you when these alleged events when they took place?
I was 15 years old.
Okay. And this was, you say, in Augusta?
Yeah, Augusta.
All right. Were you and Charli neighbors?
Yes, he was neighbors to my aunt. My mom and dad died when I was 10, and my aunt took me in. And he was neighbor to my aunt.
All right. Sorry to hear that. How long were you and Charli cool before anything happened?
I mean, not cool. I would never say cool. It was more of a, like I said, I feel like he kind of played on my intelligence a little bit. Cause basically I was on the porch and I was needing a ride to go get something to eat. And he had to overhear my conversation because when he came out, he offered that ride. And me, like I said, young, naive, rebellion, I took the ride. And when we got there, he offered to pay for my food. So I'm just like, maybe I done found a good friend, somebody I can potentially call a big brother. And so when we got back to the apartments, because it was Regency Apartments, if anybody know you from Augusta, Regency Apartments, Thomas Lane. We got back to the apartments.
Can you repeat that? What's the name of those apartments? I'm sorry.
They call it Regency Apartments, and they're on Thomas Lane.
Okay.
And when we got back to the apartment, like I said, he asked me what was I gonna do for the food, and I'm like, what you mean? You know what I'm saying? And from there, he felt on me, and that's how everything started.
Okay, take it back a little bit. When he asked you, what are you going to do for the food? At any point when he said that, did you really not know what he was talking about?
Like, I really didn't, you know what I'm saying? But I can't say that, like I wasn't willing, but I didn't know what he was on, you know what I'm saying? Up until he started touching on me, and then it just went down.
Okay, now we got to be a little more on. These are serious allegations. Now, when you say he started to touch on you, what does that look like?
He literally right hand touched his right hand touched my left leg, went up a little bit, and basically talking to me like, well, what you gonna do since I bought you this food? And I had a little reaction, but at the time it didn't go down right there. It didn't go down to the next time we did. Like, it didn't go all the way or nothing like that until he did touch me, like touch my private area the first time, but we didn't actually do nothing until the next time when my aunt was gone. He knew that my aunt was going to work.
Who was Charli living with at the time?
At the time, I don't think he was there. He wasn't. Nobody was there.
So he was living by himself.
Yeah, it was just him. I never seen nobody.
Let me ask you this: do you remember what type of car he drove?
Damn, I can't remember. I want to say a little Nissan, but I really can't remember.
Okay. May I ask, do you at least remember a color? Nah.
It was gray.
Now, the way that he just said right after Breion asked him what color was it, he said gray, just like that. In my opinion, somebody cannot know the make of a car, but the fact that he had just said the color like that, I think that he's telling the truth. It's not only that, but it's things like that, how the conversation is flowing.
It was a gray vehicle. What's your sexual preference now? Would you identify as heterosexual, homo, bi?
I mean, confused as fuck. You want to be honest?
Okay.
Confused.
Have you been with any males after Charli? Let me ask it that way.
I can say this: like, I have not been with a female.
Ever.
So No,
Okay.
like that shit. This shit kind of put me in the shell. Like I really went up in the shell. Like I didn't want to come out the house for a long ass time. You know, it
Mhm.
just like I said, like I don't know, more embarrassed than
Mhm.
anything. And I would have been told my truth, but
Mhm.
if anybody knows my city, it's not just easy. It's just 1, 2, 3. It's not like that. So
Yeah.
Yes, and I forgot to say it in my edit, but I do think that Breion asked a lot of good questions. He did a really good job with this.
I could
Can I ask
imagine Augusta, Georgia. I'm sorry, Liyah.
so not to skip too far ahead, but did you find yourself battling your sexuality after that happened to you?
yeah, yeah. I was taking Xanax. I was
Jeanette.
like taking pills and everything just to try to forget that shit. And like I said, like that shit really fucked with me. Like
Now, what he had just said, that whole like paragraph in there, the last paragraph, is basically, you know, a lot of victims, they do turn to drugs or risky behavior, or may question sexuality based on what the gender of the person was that have molested them. All of these feelings that he's having are, you know, natural as far as being somebody that's been victimized. It's not natural that somebody feel like that, but that's what victims feel like. And think about it. This man, you know, he's now a man. He's looking back at it. He goes on to state that he's been clean for 11 months. He did try heroin. He's going to say that in a minute. But he's been clean for 11 months. So the fact that he wants to expose this could possibly be because now he's clean and trying to face what he's been going through. I was pleased to hear him say that he's been in therapy though as well.
yeah,
And not to jump ahead either, but to silence the comments. I know the reason why you aren't camming up, but can you please explain to them your reason for not revealing your face?
I mean, because I'm just not right now.
Are you ashamed,
Of course,
embarrassed?
I'm only 21 years old. It's
And this is the
embarrassing.
first time. And this is the first time you talked about this.
Right. I told my aunt when I was 19, like when my aunt came to me, and asked me about the shit at 19, and so I went on and told her. But the reason why I told her is because she had the video. You know what I'm saying?
She had
But she decided like it was just a between like a pinky promise between us. Like I didn't want nobody to know, you know, and so she just basically left it up to me. Like whatever I do, she always gonna support me. So and that's what it was.
Okay. And that was the young lady that was on the panel earlier with you, right?
Who?
Who was the young lady when you were on the panel earlier? Who was that lady?
I just met her today.
So I have a question. So how did you find someone to like do the interview with when you first came on here? How did you find that lady?
Well, I had went to I first went to Charli page and I tried to add him, but I was automatically blocked. And so I just basically went
Mm,
to and then even when he was on the little thing, what y'all call panel, whatever, I was
hmm
I was trying to get in on that to tell my side of the story, but I was automatically blocked. And
Hold,
like I said,
hold on. Okay, take to rewind just a little bit. You said you saw Charlie live and you tried to go into his live broadcast, and you said you
okay,
were
this
blocked, which means it didn't even let you in.
yeah, it didn't even let me in from the jump. Like when I
But how
first
did he
created my
know to block you?
Yeah.
exactly my when that's when I first created my big O, I went to
hmm
Charlie page first automatically to add him. I was automatically blocked. Then I seen him after
Well,
I
to be fair, your page do say Augusta, but what about your page would make him block you?
Yeah. What was on your page? Like the name was it
that
different?
no only thing is telling my truth. That's what I made my page about because that's what I was coming on here specifically to do. And then they were saying they not saying
Hmm.
but they was it's so many lies being told, like it's so many lies within their his panel or whatever. I don't really know how to address it, but
Did
his
you say
panel like
something
he
to Charlie? Did you say something to him to make him block you, or you just popped up in there and you were blocked?
I just popped up and I was popped up when I went to add it added like I tried to add him as a friend. It added, but then when
Uh-huh.
I went to try to get him live, it says this like hold on, I took a screenshot.
Okay. And I want to say this too, y'all. when you go on a person's page, it shows you. You can see anybody who's ever clicked your page under the visitors. I do want to say this. When I clicked this page earlier and I saw Augusta, you got to think about somebody like Charli. Like when you click on somebody's page that's visiting your page and it says Augusta and then the name says telling your truth, when you got something to hide or you're somebody that's like him, I could see possibly why he got blocked.
I agree with that statement that Breion just made.
You get what I'm saying?
That's what you're saying.
Basically, like,
Because
dude,
I don't understand that. There would be no other explanation as to why he would block him if there was nothing even said about this shit.
I mean,
We here, bro.
I literally have no reason to lie, folks. Like, my two main people dead. I'm just telling my truth because, like I said, when I was live with the lady earlier, it's a new year. I'm just trying to, get these little skeletons out of my closet and move on with my life. Nobody, need no clout. Don't want no money. Like these folks talking about something. I was asking for $25 to drop. I never said nothing about no $25. I did say if y'all want the video, cash at me. But I never said nothing about no money, no, like the amount, no none of it.
Hey, Black Love.
Exactly. Because that was one of the biggest things too. Not to cut you off, because they were saying that why was he trying to sell it? So to clear that up, he wasn't selling anything, guys.
Right, but you got all these people coming at me, like coming, telling me, saying this. Half three people saying go to the police. Half these people saying, well, show us the video. Then they saying, well, if you show the video, you're gonna be charged with child porn. So I'm just like, I really didn't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to feel like I ain't want to feel like a nigga. I'm on here lying because I don't have to lie about nothing.
Can I ask another question? So I remember you saying that it was on your aunt's security cameras. And right. you said that your aunt didn't catch on until about you were 19 years old. So what made her decide to check the footages from that particular time? Tell her?
She didn't come and ask me about it. Like she asked me was I gay at 19. And so me being still like in denial.
I think he wanted to send the video. I said this in the commentary version, but I'm aware that you guys may not have seen it yet. The original video, I mean. I think he just wanted people to see the video, like not see the video, but see that it was Charli and what he was doing. I don't think that he thought about it like that, but Charli also did PKs where I kind of explained it a little bit, but I was kind of tired when I was piecing together the video originally. But a PK is basically where two people on Bigo or Miko, they go live at the same time, and the motive is to get, to win the PK and have the people donate to you the most. Like whoever gets the most gifts or whatever sent, wins or whatever. Charli did that with ROYCE, the part that's taken out of this video that we're watching right now, because he claiming that he for the copyright strike me and all that. And anytime that people jump to that initially, then I start to wonder, like, all I did really was ask him for, ask him to debunk it. Like, there's other things that people are throwing out and you ain't debunked shit. You know what I'm saying? But we'll get to that commentary as well. So just to let you know, yeah, I think he should have definitely took the video to the police.
I'm like, hell no. She was like, what if I told you I had a video of you in my house? And it all came out then. We both cried.
Wow.
We both cried, and she told
that part too. I would have been like, wait a minute, that's child porn, but maybe people don't think on those lines.
She was like, she'll never judge me, and she was gonna leave it up to me. Whether if I wanted to come out that day or 10 years from now or never, she was gonna always support me, and that's just what it was.
No, it's good. It's good. I already kind of figured that. But it's there right now. It's up right now. I don't know how long, it's going to be up, but I'm going to also upload it to another one of my channels too. Like copyright strike it over there too, nigga. And other creators have reached out to me and said that if I want them to, they'll run the same video. Like, so you're going to have a lot of copyright striking to do.
Are you going to the police with this? Because before you answer this, of course, there were people that were saying.
Yeah, and he did. He took a picture of the video and then blacked out like faces and all that. And then Charli had an issue with that as well. So it was like every attempt that this person was doing to show that, he was telling the truth, Charli was debunking it, like not debunking it. He was lying, or deflecting. That's the word I'm looking for, to try to, minimize the situation or whatever. And again, it's questionable that he wanted his part taken out, but moving forward, I don't think we're gonna do that anyway. I'm just gonna hear from the victim. That's all I'm really here for anyway. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he was pressed. The way that I grilled him at the end. Oh, we finna go into interrogation room after this video, after this this clip of this victim.
And why do people come on Bigo?
Because I left that part in there. I just took out his stupid ass part with his deflection and shit. And like I said, you can see it. I'll reshare the link too.
Before they go to the authorities. Is there a reason you came to Bigo before going to the police?
I wasn't at first. I wasn't gonna go to the police. My whole point of this was just to make awareness of young black men that are being taken advantage of by older people that pray like him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But after all that today and listening to his live, like just how he was, basically trying to really up here acting like you nigga, you not nothing for me to lie on. Like you stink, honestly. But after today,
You said he stinks. Are you? I'm trying. Okay, let me say.
That nigga got more hair than a bear.
Even back then?
Yeah, hairy back ass.
Okay, tell them about you though. I have to ask, how many times did things?
So this video right here, the link that I got right here is another person that had posted Charli's portion, and I don't see under here where they're getting threatened. And that video came out 4 days ago. So what is it, Charli? The fact that I gave commentary or what? Like, what is going on? Let me post the other video as well. Let's get back into it.
Things happened. We know it was more than one.
We linked up 5 times, but it was like twice in one day, like that. And then I counted the first time from when he touched me. That's why it made it like 5 times.
I haven't seen the video. I don't want to see it. I mean, that's a form of child pornography.
So the second link that I shared is my first version, and I'm gonna keep it up. I can get a copyright strike and not be bothered. I ain't worried about it. And moving forward, when I deal with your content, I'm just gonna do you like I did everybody else in this motherfucker, so I can't get a copyright strike, which I'm very, very good at, bitch nigga.
But I will ask you some kind of like very descriptive questions. How far did it go? Was it intercourse? Was it oral?
It went all the way.
Who was the top and who was the bottom?
Well, I tried to to take it, but I couldn't. So,
I do, and I have that posted in other videos as well, but I can, do a new stream on it, coming up here shortly. I could try to fit something in tomorrow or Sunday on it. You know what I'm saying? That's a great idea.
May I ask why?
Ask why what?
You weren't able to take it. And there's a reason why I'm asking that.
Because it's too big.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, I feel you, especially because people think that a 15-year-old, like you said, people think that a 15-year-old should know better, and that with grooming, it's a lot different than just a 15-year-old, you know what I'm saying, type of situation or whatever. But yes, I definitely can. I don't even know where to go to point out a video, because we just casually talk about characteristics of a predator and how they groom and shit like that. But I could just do another video on it, just dedicated to that and just for this situation.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. A bitch time.
Yeah, I'm just being honest.
May I do have to ask this too. Was there ever condoms involved?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
In the video that I actually kind of showed today, I had on condom.
Why did you wait so long? Why now? Was it just because he came across your feed? I mean,
like I ain't seen Buddy like in some years, and just Like I said, I was just scrolling yesterday and just to see that nigga made me sick. You know what I'm saying?
So he just said he was just scrolling on the app and he seen him.
I just want to say this. A lot of y'all are saying, "Oh, why isn't he showing his face?" Like y'all ain't never seen 60 Minutes, and they have a whole shadow.
Exactly. Black Love. I don't know if you know, but I am a survivor as well, and Black Love is very correct. Black Love says, as a victim myself, I can say that he was afraid and confused. That's a fact.
Tell you something, like y'all pick and choose when certain shit is acceptable and when certain like I personally feel like y'all asses just want this man to expose himself. Y'all could take a screenshot, drop it in the Google image search, and stalk his motherfucking life for his truth.
And when she said that, she was talking about the victim, the alleged victim in this case.
And me personally, I stand with the victim, the alleged victim. I don't feel like he should expose himself. He's not a host.
I won't. I definitely won't. I just say thank you for the donations. I appreciate you though. Thank you so much, Bitch Time.
He's not getting paid for this.
So on that video, do you want it to be strictly in a same sex type of situation, or just across the board where a 15-year-old may be, finagled into, coerced, groomed into that type of situation, because at the end of the day, these predators, like, they're not smart, but the way that they choose to manipulate is often smart, and it definitely needs to be pointed out as much as it can. I don't care how many times I've talked about it before, but just to get a proper basis.
He's just out here just telling his truth. So the fuck. Thank you.
Like today, not to cut you off, but if you go back to because I was listening.
I got you. I know a bitch tab.
Listening to it live from the lady live, the lady that whatever name, Lady G, whoever. I was listening to his live from her, from her, and something that stood out to me is on the live he started singing like the Arthur song. Like in a situation like this, why would kids be on your mind?
And he did do that. He did start playing the Arthur song, and the fact that the alleged victim in this situation that is now in this box right here, box 1, pointed that out was gold. And it didn't go over my head. I meant to comment about it, but I had left that out. But Naomi said some people are confused of what really goes on when you're young. Definitely your mind is able to be manipulated a little bit more and things like that. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm just gonna leave it.
Let me be a little on some Bigo shit. K9, I know you want a little 5-second exposure. That receipt, you said I slid into Charlie's DM. Now Charlie is the king of receipts, right? How come that receipt was never produced? Ever. You also do know that Charlie said that I was the reason he came to Bigo, that his eyes were dreamy, and that I literally saw him. And
okay, I got you a bitch, Tad. I got you.
I came to Bigo because of him, but not one receipt was ever produced. So I don't know if you trying to get your little minute of fame or whatever, and go deal with them demons you dealing with, and put some damn Carmex on them dry ass lips, bitch.
So right there, he was talking to K9, who is another host on Bigo. But really quick, I wanted to point out that last night I was just kind of screen recording over on Bigo and shit, and I had captured I went over and checked out Detroit Thought, right? We kind of talked about a situation concerning him, as well as I posted like a video. He has some nasty shower song. I had posted it or whatever, right? Where he was just bullshitting around. But last night, after I had posted the video on Charli, I went on Bigo and he was on there and he was talking to a man that was very homophobic. I do have the video. I was thinking about how I was going to approach it because there's a lot of, FAG statements in there, and we don't harass and bully people for being LGBT over here. I'm straight, but do what you want to do, as long as it's not involving a child. But Detroit Thought went on to talk about how he was molested and raped several times, and the person continuously threatened his life and did other things, and I did want to do a video on it. But I also today was going to bring you guys some funny content from over there to relieve some of this pain from Charlie's shit. But when I looked at like my comments, I was like, wait a minute, hold up. You know what I mean? So I think that I will include that. And it's just, even at the time, I was like, you know, this is kind of what I've been talking about recently. He went in a little bit of, you know, his abuse or whatever, not to give it away, so I don't want to talk too much about it, but it kind of shed a light. And for a minute, the homophobic dude was like, damn, I feel that, that's fucked up. But then like something clicked and he went back on the threatening his life and all this and that. So I might include a portion of that in there, because it's like, you know, I know what, you know, LGBT people go through, and I don't understand the point of, you know, somebody likes men or women or whatever, same sex, and you're like harassing and stalking them because of that and threatening their life. Like, that's just ridiculous as fuck. I've never done that. I point out certain things, but never to harass or bully anybody's sexual preference. Again, as long as it's not, you know, an adult liking a child, which honestly, the heterosexual community can be predators, people in it, I mean, and then also there are predators in the LGBT community, you know? So.
Sorry about that. When you go to the police in the morning, um, what are your hopes? Like, I mean, what are your expectations? Do you have any?
I'm seeking justice now at this point. Like,
Yeah, and that's why, okay, when they were talking about in Charlie's response that, or somewhere, that he had ejaculated, and at some point of the thing, you know, obviously close to climax, he liked it. But, you know, allegedly this person had, I don't even, I don't even know. I want the victim to talk more or whatever, but I don't know who was on top and who was on bottom. But just, you know, any type of sexual stimulation, even for a moment, like there's rape victims that they didn't want it initially, but then during it, you know, they may have climaxed, but that doesn't mean that they wanted to be in that position. It wasn't consensual at all. You know what I'm saying? And they still like ejaculated or climaxed.
it is what it is. Like, I didn't want it to come to this point, you know, but
Mm-hmm.
a nigga talking like that, like talking reckless, like, you know, I was, like I said from the beginning, I wasn't trying to take it this far. I was just trying to tell my truth and spread awareness about basically, like, you got to watch these old cats around, you know, young boys. Like, this shit really is real life. This shit really
And
to go on, you know.
And when he just said that, I felt that shit, because I was looking at some other situations that had came out that, you know, I haven't looked at yet. So really, you know, hopefully I can be back tomorrow with the video that a bitch Tad is requesting, which I think is a great idea. But you know, definitely Sunday or Monday, because I want to gather as much, and you know, to go and find it and everything like that. You know, it takes time, and then to edit it as well. You know what I mean? I'm not just only playing somebody else's video. I'm, you know, editing it and putting in work. So that could take a second, but I'm definitely, that is like everything else is kind of pushed back a little bit because we dealing with this. Definitely. I want to again say that a bitch tired. That was a great idea.
And when you say that, where were you planning on
Y'all know how I go in.
telling your truth at here on Bigo?
Right, because this is, like I said, this is my first time seeing him in about 5 years. Like, seeing him on anything. I don't
Acts a bitch tired is not something that he could have been controlled, that he could have controlled.
seeing him on anything. This is my first time seeing him.
So you
They
thought,
kept trying to say that somebody, I guess the girl, they was trying to say that I was sent to make a storyline, but I wouldn't play like that, and I put that on my mom and dad's grave. Like,
And Naomi, I do agree, because there's a difference between maybe not understanding it, and that's why over on this channel we're gonna look at it more. I recently, you know, had confirmed that my daughter is, you know, LGBT. She's a lesbian. She's 13 going on 14. So, you know, we'll see where it goes, but I'm always going to support my daughter. And in order to kind of find out more, or, you know, get some questions answered, I decided to, instead of trying to judge them, go and, you know, learn from them, see what, you know, their struggles are, see how they move, see how they act. Now, I will say that Cherry the Boom is very disrespectful with how she talks to quote unquote cis women, and she conducts herself, you know what I'm saying, because just the respect thing. But in reality, I don't think Cherry really deserves any respect. However, I'm not coming up here, being overly disrespectful, but nobody really talks about that either. And if I was to, a lot of the times I would get in trouble because that would be bullying and harassing. But the shit that Cherry is saying is okay. See, as I've looked into it, because I always love to investigate, y'all know me. So I'm looking into, obviously older people. I'm looking into children that have been LGBT, like have turned LGBT, they've transitioned, and now they don't want to do it anymore. Shout out to Blair White, had did like a few videos on that situation, as well as a Balenciaga video that called out that whole situation, which I haven't even got to that yet. It's just a lot. I did want to take a break from this topic, but obviously I'm not going to be able to. But yeah, so it's just a lot of stuff that I've been looking at and shit like that. So again, I think that a lot of the times it is a curiosity that they do want to go there. Possibly like the person that's coming out hurt, like, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna bust your head, you a FAG, disrespecting people and all that. Like, that's just over the top. It's a little much. You know what I mean? So those type of people, in my opinion, they want to get down, they want to at least try it out, but they don't want to feel guilty afterwards. So instead, they take out that frustration or that curiosity on people that are LGBT. Like last night, we know that Detroit Thought turns into Janae. I think that's the name. No disrespect if I had said it wrong. But and he's like gay, you know what I'm saying? And that's fine or whatever. It's not impeded as long as he's not messing with children. We had looked at some allegations where Detroit Thought was allegedly, grooming underage children that he would meet on the street. We looked at that. There was no pushback from him. Not 21 Bad Bitch, not Queen Op, but Charli sees a motherfucking video that had 200 and something fucking views on it, and he's offended and he's stalking in my comment section, and I let him talk. And then he tried to use the fact that I played his words as a way to copyright strike me. So from here on out, we don't give a fuck about what the predator says. I mean, I'll make sure you see maybe a link to a video where they had responded, but I will definitely watch the responses. But yeah, fuck all that, because that's cap. And it just is suspect to me of why you would go that link to get it taken down. I didn't say that you molested him. I said, in my opinion, you did. And this is the information that came out, just like with Trina B or other people on the app that have suspect shit. Charli is the first one up there to go up there and talk about some shit.
I'm not gonna fight.
Yeah, and you may not know what story or how it goes on here, but right now Charli is, in a lot of different stuff. So stuff like this, this is what people do. They hire people to play roles and say stuff. People do that a lot over here. That's why we're asking these types of questions. But
Thank you, a bitch
do
time.
want to ask. You said that you were coming here to like make people aware of your
Facts. That's big facts. I'm gonna be quiet though, y'all.
stuff that happened. There's no way you could have thought that and it not directly affect him, because of course you would have had to reveal him in doing that. So you can honestly say that there's no malicious intent, like in regards to you telling your truth.
No. What? I mean, this only thing I see happening out of this is me being more in the shell, to be honest. But I feel better within myself, so that's all that matters. Within myself, I know those skeletons are gonna be out of my closet. I ain't gotta turn back and look back at this shit no more. Like I told you, like I said earlier, sometimes I can smell the smell from him and get disgusted as fuck. Like that's just how bad like the niche was, and that's on everything I love.
See, and when he said that, I felt that because when I was sexually molested, like the second person that did it to me, he smoked cigars, and every time I smell, I don't give a fuck what kind of cigar it is, bro. That shit, like it. I don't even know like how to fucking explain it. Like time stops, everything stops. I start seeing in my head like the design of this picture that I used to look at while he was molesting me to kind of just try to zone out. When he said that, like how he responded was everything. And that's why I'm like, fuck that. I stand with this victim 100%. He could come out and say that it didn't happen or whatever. That would change the situation. But for now, I believe that shit. Charli, you did that shit.
How did you find? He probably already answered it. I think I forgot too. How did you find Lady G, or how did she find you?
Well, I was on like I said, I went to look for Charli's page first, and I was blocked, and so I started looking up, just searching everything that I could, and I came across her page in the comments.
She's not a host. How did you contact her? It's like, were you?
So right now they're talking about the old lady that the alleged victim had went to at first. They're saying that she's not a host. So I guess she was just live and he went in there. He's going to say that he went in other people's chats as well if he hasn't said that already. I'm going to be quiet, like I said, after this, because we really should be listening to him. But I'm going to upload this version also to channels as well. Like, Charli, you're not getting away from this.
You guys communicating in the comments? Did you DM her?
I said in the comments. I said in the comments.
Hey, Preach.
So in the comments, you said what? Hey, Charli touched me. Like, how did that go?
I asked her. I was basically telling the truth of my comments, and she commented and told me to inbox her. I guess because she could get. She was the only one responded out of everybody.
So you were just throwing out to see who was gonna, catch it,
right?
Because I mean, there's no way you could have known who was who. Okay. May I ask? You say you're going to the authorities in the morning. Saying stuff like that, that's a real, real big thing. Do you plan on, or may we ask of you that you do update us on that? Because until we see something like that,
so people know that I'm not joking. I'm gonna be on Bigo Live when I go to the authorities. I will be
gonna go
on
to the
live.
police?
Okay. Did you say something, Liyah?
I honestly like the disrespect, like, no. And it's not, this ain't, I feel like now, like, I'm speaking up for not only me, for other people that he may have hurt. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna bring him down for everybody that he's hurt. So it's gonna happen tomorrow morning. I'll be to Richmond County.
Are you planning on showing your face?
I'll show all my paperwork. I'll block out my name, but I will show the paperwork and everything.
I think that's a good idea anyway. Period.
I definitely feel like you should press charges as well. You know what I mean? I don't feel like anybody should get away with, doing anything like that, to be honest. But he's on the run now from the law, so it's just a lot.
Now, he said he's 21, happened when he was 15, so that's not what statute of limitations is. What, 7 years, or does it vary? Does anybody know in the comments? Because I don't think, or does it even apply to sexual?
On here, they was like, there's no limitation on that.
There's no limitations. Okay. How did? Let me ask you this: how did you stop messing with Charli? Like, how did the link ups stop? Did you stop it? Did he stop it? Did somebody move away? Like,
he moved away.
So this was something that was repetitive. Like, he messed with you more than one time.
Right, but like literally, we stayed like literally right next door to each other.
You know what's crazy?
Now, in Charli's response, he said, "No, that couldn't happen. I was in a relationship at the time with my fiance, and like they lived together or whatever." But people that do things like what Charli is being accused of often have, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, whatever.
It was a long time ago.
And at some point in this video, he said that Charli, at the time it appeared, did not have anybody living with him, and he was basically alone.
And Carly were beefing a long time ago, and somebody kept saying,
"Yeah, we gonna do a panel." My daughter had a headache, but she went to sleep. So after this, we're at 33 minutes. We got to make it to 59:12. So after this, I will have a panel.
That somebody's aunt was looking for Carly because they had messed with their nephew or something like that when they stayed in these apartments. Are you that nephew?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Unless it's somebody else. Maybe it's somebody else that they made that shit up. I don't know.
Well, he could have like where we lived at. It was multiple teams around us, so may have been another person, but I can't speak for them. Sorry.
Were you guys ever intimate outside of like sex? Meaning, have you ever spent the night? Like, have you ever laid up with each other? Like, done things intimate, like in a relationship?
No, never.
Have you ever desired that from him?
No, no.
Every time that you guys hooked up, did you receive anything for it, like monetary, food, anything?
I mean, like he used to try to goddamn like sell me little. He used to try to sell me like little dreams. Like he had a good job, supposedly worked at what the job called Electrolux. He supposed to had a good job at this job called Electrolux. So
I think now they're pushing, or because there was a Victims' Rights Act. Maybe we need to talk about that as well. But it does vary from state to state, though. But yes, I do agree that at any given time, rape or molestation should have no limitation.
You know, like when niggas feel like,
as far as the victim has to come out and expose it, you know what I mean? As far as a police report, criminal charges, things like that.
They got a list on. They try to tell you what they can do for you, but it don't goddamn. You know what I'm saying? It don't never come through or whatever. Like I was messing with and it's funny. I specifically remember around the time I was messing with him because when he had like VH1, he had went like popular in Augusta for like hacking. Like he put out the Love and Hip Hop videos. I don't know if y'all know about that, but like he had hacked like into VH1 system. This is around the time that I was talking to him.
Oh, what did he do? He hacked into VH1's system.
Yeah,
he was sharing a video of the actual Love and Hip Hop and stuff before they would air.
Yeah, before it would air, he would already put it out to everybody else. This is around the time that me and him was talking.
Oh, he was bootlegger. Yeah.
Okay. No, it doesn't very detailed.
I have no reason to lie about nothing.
Have you ever sought therapy for the things you've been through?
I done been to therapy before, counseling. I done did a whole lot of shit, man. It's just like I said, I basically turned into an introvert where I really don't even go out the door. You know, this shit really put me in a shell. Like,
now I know you said you've experienced with like Xanax. You know, Xanax is make you go to sleep. Was there any other drugs?
I tried heroin before, but it was just, you know. I done been through a lot, man.
You ain't gotta have no shame in saying nothing, but we just so many crackheads in the comments, and I'm one too, so we ain't never gotta feel no way about the hero. But are you currently using, or are you completely sober?
No, I actually been clean for the last 11 months.
Okay, congratulations. That's cool.
I ain't drunk.
Can I ask some questions? So, to your knowledge, he didn't mess with any other boys around you. He just messed with you.
To my knowledge. That's to my knowledge.
What's your skin? Man, hold on, real quick. What's your skin? Would you like brown skin, light skin? Like, what would you say your skin complexion is?
Like dark brown.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Okay, Liyah, you can go. I'm sorry, I just wanted to know that.
So, y'all were left alone a lot of times.
He did tell me that he did when you know, when I first like our first real encounter, he basically was, you know how a person trying to make somebody comfortable. He told me that he had messed around with his cousin before, and like, you know what I'm saying, like basically like I ain't had nothing to worry about. As long as I didn't tell nobody, everything would be cool. You know, everything would be cool. We won't have nothing to worry about.
And see, that was a part of the grooming.
He had done messed with his cousin before, and all, so that's why I kind of gave in, because I thought he was
His
like a,
cousin?
you know, yeah. He told me that
His
he
cousin
had
was
messed with his cousin before.
was the cousin a male or female?
Had to be the male if he's saying that they just didn't tell nobody. They won't make sure they don't tell nobody.
He messed with Aylin J
Y'all,
when Aylin was allegedly underage too. Is Aylin J in the comments? Do you want to come up, or did he?
he can't. He don't have no voice over here because Aylin, you kind of fucked up your story. I mean, with your actions and stuff. It's just, and then you never went through to the police. That's what's making people be so, sketchy about him. You know, that's some.
But oftentimes people are embarrassed and they're ashamed and they're afraid to, have to go that mile or whatever. So that is often where a lot of victims don't come out. Some people are victimized and it never comes out, or for years and years.
Serious. So why wouldn't you go to the proper authority? So
and there are a lot of people that walk around in the communities and they, have molested. They just haven't been caught because they manipulate.
messed it up, boy. Sorry. Hold up. Not Aylin said I sound slow. You know what? I'm not gonna even rebuttal because y'all already know that is the last read you need to be saying about anybody being slow down or anything. Get your little ass up out of this room, because I promise you, you gonna get your feelings hurt. Just leave. Don't kick them. Just walk your ass up out of here, Aylin.
Walk your ass up out of. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You said just walk your ass up out of here.
And see, a certain portion of this I would have cut out, but I didn't want it to be like Charli could say that I manipulated any of, the order of what the victim was saying or anything.
No, because at the end, like I said, you guys probably missed it. At the end of the day, I prefaced this when I started. This is serious.
Breion, did you get cut off?
No, he's there. I think he's getting phone calls. Can you hear us telling my truth?
I'm still listening.
Is somebody texting you while you're doing it or calling?
Say that again.
Somebody had told me that Carly possibly put this own story about him to try to get people to defame him or whatever the fuck.
Now she just called him Carly, but she's talking about Charli. This again is Liyah, and Charli and her have had a lot of crazy shit happen, amongst each other.
I wouldn't believe that Carly.
But she did just ask if somebody was texting him. So when you're over on the app, when the little lines come up across the screen, that means that there's like a call or a text coming through. And I did notice that his did that a few times.
Charli will put out this type of story about him. Me personally. Now there's so many different stories that you could put out about yourself. This would be the worst one because see, there's some people that would believe it or that wouldn't believe it. It to be when you're getting judged in the point of public opinion, it wouldn't make sense. And me personally, I'm not saying he did or he didn't, so it couldn't be to set me up. Couldn't be to set Breion up either, because nobody up here is saying he did it. The only person that's saying he did it is the alleged victim. I'm just interviewing them. We're just interviewing them. Nobody up here is saying that he did anything. I can't confirm or deny anything because I wasn't there.
From what he said earlier, I was working for you, and I don't know you from a can of paint.
And he did say that in his response. It was nothing but, shots at Liyah and blaming Liyah, deflecting. It just led back to Liyah. And from the looks of it, they don't know each other, but they could be acting. But again, I'm not convinced that Liyah had anything to do with this. I think this man is telling the truth.
My first time seeing you was up on that lady panel.
And then the people that watch me, I hope y'all would know, I wouldn't even associate with Liyah if I felt like they were doing this type of stuff. Like, it ain't even a reason to be involved in stuff like this. And I just met him today. I didn't, like, this just kind of fell into my lap. So this kind of just happened. This wasn't planned. But
I heard what he was saying because I heard what he said because the lady G was she was always live and his thing was playing in the background. I could hear everything.
So she was a double Bigo on him. So he said he found Bigo because he was on YouTube. You know how it suggests video. You know Bigo is always everywhere now. You don't have to be on Bigo to, see Bigo videos. If there's any comments, like legit comments, I mean I don't mind. We could take a couple of them. We can just read them from here though.
Questions.
I do have. You said that you haven't been with a female since. You're kind of confused, and which that's quite understandable, especially since you're still young.
I've never been.
And earlier, I remember you said that you felt like that situation that allegedly had happened. He said to add him.
Okay, I just saw it. Hold on, I got you. I don't see him in the curious 2 minutes. Hold on, let me kick people. God damn, why do y'all be doing this?
Just click his name, and it should be like an invitation button.
Okay.
Well, my bad, y'all. I'm late to the interview, but it's hard to hear about your story, man. It's unfortunate, but what's the reason why you won't show yourself? Are you afraid of retaliation or something?
Just at this time, I'm just not wanting to show myself. Like this all new to me, just like it is to everybody else. So with time, I will reveal who I am. It's just this my first time telling my truth, and that's what I came on here for. I feel like my face doesn't have nothing to do with my truth.
And I'm sure you can never imagine that you would have been doing
it. Because this video, this interview, and then the one where he was on the Lady O Gilliam, that took place in the same day.
It's in front of thousands of people too.
Yeah.
I honestly did not expect this.
Do you think that Charli would retaliate against you?
Well, get his ass beat? Cause I ain't seen the thing.
Okay.
And then when another thing too, when I was saying he banned from Augusta, he banned from. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with you at no courthouse. Come on, let's make sense. You said you came to a courthouse in Augusta. Who is this nigga in this city? He's nobody. You know what I'm saying? But
now when the victim had said banned or the banned thing came up, I heard Charli say it, that basically he's saying that, or that Liyah or somebody over there had said that he was banned from Augusta, meaning like I took it that the police, they're saying that the police had banned him. So when you hear that little commentary or whatever, I didn't even think about it. At the end of the day, it was late at night. I didn't think about that he meant that Charli is banned there, by the guys in them, on a street level.
If I would have known he was here or in the area, yeah, you are banned from the city, and I stamped that. I ain't speaking on no police banning him. I'm speaking on me, my family. We banning him.
What is being banned from? What does that mean? Meaning there's people looking for him. I mean, like, what does that mean?
If we see him, it's up. That's all I'm gonna say.
So I have to ask, when you say we, you said you only shared this to your aunt. So have you shared this to anybody else? Where are these other people and this hate coming from where he will have to be banned?
My brother. I mean, my brothers know in it. If we see that man in it, well, it's up. Like, it's up. I ain't got no words, no arguing. I'm not with none of that extra shit. It's just up.
Now that would be to be expected, right? I mean, this man, says that he got off drugs 11 months ago. This has been bothering him, so he wanted to come forward. But also he would wrestle with the feeling of, like, I want to put hands on dude. And where I'm not saying that he should go and do that, I think he should really go and press charges and do what he has to do in that aspect, because beating him up is not going to, get him from stop doing this to somebody else necessarily. He may take the beating and then a couple of years later forget about the beating and go back to doing whatever he's allegedly doing, correct? We don't know if he's still doing this. We don't know if he did this at all. But again, I do believe the victim. I have no connection with Liyah, no connection with Breion or this victim. I didn't even know to talk about the other instances or whatever where Charli has been accused. And normally if it's one time that you're accused, some other shit gonna come up. But you know, this whole thing is suspect.
Okay. I didn't know Augusta was that small, y'all. My bad. It's my ignorance.
It's very small.
Augusta a city that everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. He's clearly doesn't want to cam up and show his face, which is to be expected. I mean, this man had his manhood stolen from him as a teenager. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to have this talk with my son. Like, son, there's people out here that would try to take your manhood. You know what I'm saying? We had that talk last night, didn't we, son? And, you know, he's 13, but he looked like he about 16. You feel me? Like, tall as hell, lanky and shit.
Has this ever created any type of like homophobia for you? Like are you homophobic is what I'm asking. Like, has this created any type of homophobia? I've heard a lot of guys that were sexually touched, assaulted, or whatever. They end up becoming kind of homophobic at some point in their lives. Has that ever happened to you?
Like against
gay people, or that, you know, faggot this, punk this. I don't want gay people around me type.
I don't judge nobody. Like, as long as it's a respect thing, I'm cool on with any and everybody.
You said, why come out now? Some of those questions you guys are asking, he's already answered them. Like, why come out? He's already answered that. He already answered it. And honestly, I don't see any holes in the story, y'all. I don't. You know, I think at this point, everybody's just trying to.
But when Charli, sorry, not to interrupt, but a lot of y'all are asking for proof and this and that. When Charli tells lies on people, when do y'all be in his comments asking for proof?
Because he tells y'all he don't have to show y'all shit. He don't owe y'all nothing. So why aren't?
And allegedly, it's Charli with the T.
Y'all, why don't y'all extend that same courtesy to other people when it's being done to him? And make no mistake about it, Charli would have not spared this had this happened about me, her, or any goddamn body.
I agree.
Right? And nobody is saying he did it. That's what I want. Like, nobody is saying he did it. The only person that is the young man that's in box one.
His accuser.
If there's
I want to say something before we get on to ask some questions. I seen a few comments that said Charli was just 20 years old. How was he just 20 years old if he's 26? 5 years ago, he would have been 21, correct? So he would have still been too old to mess with a 15-year-old. So whatever points y'all trying to make is not hitting. Sorry. I get that a lot of y'all aren't good at math, like how y'all say I'm 29 and shit like that. If I was born in 95, that means I would be 27 right now. Like, y'all don't, I guess we lack that lack, whatever. But who wants to come up and ask questions?
It's not sending my years. 20 or 21 is too old for 15. Well, the age of consent in Georgia is 16, so regardless, I mean, he was still underage. Mia, you there?
I didn't mean to get on, Bray.
Oh, and I didn't mean to kick her out too. Well,
yeah, steady getting in that damn queue.
I don't get. Do you feel better telling my truth? Like, you said you felt lighter. How do you feel now after doing this? Oh, we lost him. Okay.
I was gonna ask him too, like, what does he plan on doing after this? Like, does he plan on?
So in a minute, this interview is wrapping up. Obviously, the alleged victim just left, but I do have some commentary, and then I'll open the panel up for anybody to come up if they want to.
You know.
So he says he's going to the authorities in the morning, y'all. So he says he's going to go live while he's doing it. Will nobody know until, I mean, you know. I don't really see any holes in his story. He sounds consistent to stories I've heard of people that have been, you know, violated, the way he can recall, the way he smells, and, you know, things of that sort. So, no. All I know, it was a lot of damage control being done. I ain't never seen Charli do no interview with no Royce of all people, which was very biased. That was just weird.
So we just heard from the alleged victim in the situation. I'm inclined to believe the victim, just the way that he answered the questions, how he recollected the situation. Sometimes, you know, survivors can forget things, you know, certain details or whatever. I think the way that he answered the question is as expected, like in the Larry Reid situation, in my opinion. However, he also did not cam up. That does not mean anything bad to me. In reality, I totally understand that as being a survivor of child molestation, it can definitely be traumatizing, especially when you feel the need to go on a public platform and tell your story to expose the person. I'm not shading the alleged victim in this case. I do believe him. Again, the way that he answered these questions is textbook. You know what I mean? And as a survivor, I felt that. Now, I hope that the victim does go to the police department. I have heard no continuation about this, meaning that the victim, to my knowledge, has not been on another platform or even Bigo talking about this. That does not mean that the victim did not go to the police. The victim may have been informed by the police to stay off of social media until they're done investigating. These type of crimes do need to be reported, even if it's uncomfortable. Think about the other children or whatever that you could be saving from this type of person. Now, in the video, we heard Breion state that Charli had went to ROYCE's platform on Bigo. ROYCE is another content creator over there on Bigo, but he went to ROYCE's to tell his story, and I do have that as well. Now, all I saw was deflection, but you guys let me know in the comment section how this sits with you, and I'll be back at you after we look at this clip. Let's go. Oh, that is the part that, after that we would have looked at Charli's, response to it, which was shitty as hell, but I included, I still left the breakdown of what he said, and let's go over a few things. The fact that he was doing the PK, which a PK on Bigo is where you kind of press, the objective is, we're almost done, bro. We got 9 minutes, okay?
All right, bro.
For the people watching to send donations and things like that, diamonds, whatever type of gifts, which eventually turn into money, while interviewing about the allegations. The fact that he was focused on the gifts rather than focusing on his side of the story is definitely wrong. Now, Royce does admit that she watched the video, which she admits that she watched child porn, as well as Charli admitted that he watched the video as well. His points were very weak. He really didn't prove anything. The whole ban from Augusta is petty. People molest others all the time or rape others all the time and are not banned from cities or states. Now, I get it. Him and Liyah do have, a shaky background. They're going through a lot. A lot has taken place, which we will probably go over at some time. But the whole blaming Liyah, in my opinion, was deflections from the accusation. Charli also stated that the victim put out a video, which was a video him and Royce admitted that they watched. But I'm sure the picture was posted because the video would have been removed for violation of terms and services on a lot of apps. Royce brought up that the alleged victim said it happened 5 times or more, and he enjoyed it. That happens with victims, just like when people have sex consensually, they may climax. It doesn't mean that he didn't take advantage of this alleged victim at 15. So Charli then admits that at age 20, which was allegedly when he abused this victim, he was living with his fiance. But he said that, people don't cheat. When predators abuse children or the other adults, they don't cheat on their spouse, girlfriend, or boyfriend. Now, he did say that he's Charli with the T, and I quote, "You have to show receipts," end quote. But he has not showed any receipts in this situation, which in my opinion is another reason why I was concerned that Royce took his word just right out the door like that. Now, when Royce talks about some of the things that the victim said, example, that they picked up food, Charli acts as if he didn't even know about that detail. He didn't watch the video. He didn't hear what the victim said. Interesting. Then Charli tries to shame the victim and say that the victim was doing deals for food, basically saying that the victim was having sexual relations for food, as if predators don't gift their victims. That actually happens often where predators gift their victims. That was interesting as well. Charli then calls the victim Casper and says, "Cam up," as if because he didn't cam up, that means that the alleged victim is lying. Now, Royce brought up the video being kept for 6+ years. Now, that is very easy to do. The victim could have saved it to Google Drive or put it on a flash drive, etc. There are, for the victim's auntie, several ways that somebody could hold on to a video 6, 7, 8, 9 years, period. Royce then says that she's waiting on the police reports and that by now, 6+ years, there should be one. But oftentimes when victims, rape victims, molestation victims are abused, it never comes out. So that means nothing. And as far as Royce saying, why did the victim try to sell the video via Twitter, Discord, and so on? I think the victim just wanted to post the video for proof and somewhere it wouldn't get flagged. I admit, in reality, that didn't look good on the victim's part, but it also didn't look good that Royce, as well as Charli, were doing a PK while talking about the situations. And of course, donations, which turn into money, were given. But in my opinion, the video should have went straight to the police. I do feel like Charli was using Royce to get clearance from the accusations with her being a female. If he could get a female to side with him, then that would cause possibly more females to side with him. I heard some type of mention in that of another possible victim. Now, I don't know what's up with that, but if there's one, there's more. Now, last but not least, Charli stated that he would definitely be in jail if this happened, but that is definitely bullshit. See, several predators walk the streets and live life without ever going to jail for the abuse that they caused. Now, in my opinion, like I said before, I side with the victim in this case. I do want to know more about it. I hope that the victim does go and bring this to authorities and does press charges, because the fact that Charli is just out here, I've seen other type of behavior, which is alarming. However, we'll have to see what happens in this case. Now, this situation, I haven't really seen any more about this situation, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, people may take sides. There's this random person that comes, you know, onto Bigo and has these accusations. They're not normally on the app, or they don't have a page set up, etc. But we got to take these type of things serious, because this only stands to show that other survivors that have not come out yet possibly should. And the more that we support them, the more that, you know, we really try to have their back, at least until we find out what's going on. Now, if a alleged victim comes out and it's brought out that the person is lying, that is another topic. You know what I'm saying? But in situations like this, there is a lot of grooming going on. And if you listen to my video about Larry Reed and how sometimes people will, you know, groom people into certain situations, then you might catch my drift on where I'm going with this. But again, for now, this is another one of the situations that's going on social media, mainly Bigo, but that has got my eye, just like the Larry Reed situation. Just because I'm not talking about it right now, I'm kind of waiting for some things to come out, as in this situation with Charli and his alleged victim. Now, shout out to the alleged victim. I do believe you. I hope you are telling the truth, because accusations like this are serious. And, you know, it would be unfortunate if this was some type of thing that Liyah came up with. However, I'm not pointing my fingers at Liyah at this time, because, well, Charli got to show some proof rather than just blaming somebody that he's actively beefing with. I want to see proof, right? You said receipts, Charli? Okay, show receipts. But anyway, I will be keeping my eyes, you know, glued to this situation and others that I cover. Please make sure you hit the subscribe button if you're new. Hit that like button. It is free. And you will see me or hear my voice. Okay. We don't have to go through that. So what is good, bro? What is good?
I'm chilling.
Man, this nigga Charli had a problem with a video that I posted last night where the allegations are that he had molested a 15-year-old boy. Now, you did say something in the comments earlier, bro, and I was feeling that. You said that these accusations happen to a lot of people, I think, that are LGBT or something.
No, I said alternative lifestyles. That's what they like to call
Okay.
the
Okay.
politically
Oh,
correct
I didn't
term.
even know that either. See,
Yeah,
that's why I'm
alternative
trying to
lifestyle.
investigate. Okay.
Yeah, alternative lifestyles is the most PC way to say it because then you're not general. You're not specifying a group. Just alternative lifestyles, and everybody knows what alternative lifestyles mean. Alternative lifestyles mean that you think you're an animal, you think you're a bird, a fox, you may have male anatomy, but you feel as though you're a woman. Would you have every right to feel? So it's just alternative lifestyles encompasses everything, and it doesn't specify, so nobody will be able to come in and say you're attacking anyone.
Okay.
But the facts, the facts reflect what I'm saying. That the alternative people with alternative lifestyles tend to have more of these allegations, and that's mostly because you've chose an alternative lifestyle because the lifestyle that was born into you naturally may have been impeded on. And this is the ugly thing about molestation. A lot of the times people that molest people were people that were molested. So
No,
it's like,
I wouldn't say a lot of the times, that's just kind of like saying that everybody that is straight is a predator, everybody that's LGBT is a predator. I think that victims at some point have a right, well, they choose it, whether they're going to stand against it or, just be against it or quietly or whatever, or if they're going to victimize somebody else.
right.
But go ahead.
And with this Bigo thing, this is not the first time I've heard about an alternative lifestyle individual being accused of dealing with younger males specifically. It's not so much older women that get accused of dealing with younger women, because usually women, they're thinking on a more, and they just simply cannot tolerate someone that's not on their emotional level. Like women just don't. I'm not saying they can't be pedophiles. I'm just saying that it doesn't happen as much. And like from personal experience, it's always a friend of the family, right? Or it's always someone close to the kid. I was probably about 6 or 7 years old, and not giving away too much of my business, I was separated from my parents. I never met my father. At a very young age, I was separated from my parents for various reasons. And so I had to, live with my peoples and my cousins, aunts. And so, there was one time, I was learning my ABCs in school and whatever. And there was this one time I was walking up to the attic to get some ginger ale. I'll never forget. I love ginger ale. I was walking up to the attic to get some ginger ale, and when I was coming back down to the bottom of the steps, I was stopped by a friend of the family. Now, this particular friend of the family was a biological female. She identified as a female, but she had relationships with women. And she stops me at the bottom of the stairs. She's like, "Oh, let's do the ABC." So I said, "Okay." I said, "So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Da, 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 da. Next time I want you to sing with me." She's like, "Good, we did it." And we did it again. And it was like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then she said, "Next time won't you have sex with me?" I remember it like it's yesterday, clear as a bell. And one thing that my mother told me when we got separated, because it was in court, my mother, she got down to my level and she said, "Baby," she said, "if anybody tries to talk to you about grown-up stuff, about sex, if anybody ever tries to talk to you about grown-up stuff about sex and they're grown-up, I want you to punch them as hard as you can in the face. I want you to punch them right in the eye." So I'm sitting on the steps and all I could hear is my mother's voice ringing in my head. And when she said, next time won't you have sex with me, she had this stupid smile on her face. I cocked back and I hit her as hard as I could. I gave her a black eye. I'm a kid, I'm a little boy, but I hit her as hard as I could.
See, and
she
I did have a video exposing female predators. I got a few, but one just recently got age restricted or taken down or whatever because I was allegedly bullying and harassing, but I didn't even fucking say nothing in the video.
Mm-hmm.
But
so
every time that we look at that side of it, it's a problem. But I could be up here exposing, you know, straight predators all day. It's no problem. But as soon as it's somebody with, you know, an alternative lifestyle, then I'm a bully and shit.
Well, I mean, because, you know, when you're, I said that to say that wasn't the first time I've done that. I did that another time. And then it became a problem because that was my defense mechanism to any time an adult made me feel uncomfortable. So then I would do it in situations that were not warranted. I just felt uncomfortable, so I started swinging. And the older I got, the more unacceptable I got. So I got put into this category as a violent child. Because pretty much, if you was coming at me with any kind of vibes that my mama told me I wasn't supposed to be on, because I'm a kid, and I don't got no business with none of that, I'm hitting you in the face. I'm hitting you in your eye. And she said, hit him in the eye. You give him a black eye, and then they're gonna have to explain that black eye. So, and that's old school, you know, and that's my personal experience. And from then on, mixed with what the fuck is calling me? That mixed with you know, that mixed with me being a young little, you know, caramel skinned young man with curly hair. Growing up, people always complimenting my curly hair and, oh, it's a handsome young little boy. And I picked up on all of that. I picked up on the fact that, you know, how you look, it makes you get preyed upon more. And it's unfortunate, but I learned a lot of survival tactics at a young age. Because even though the court said my mom wasn't the most fit person, she wasn't no person that was going to put me around people that was going to try to do me like that.
Right.
So, this whole thing, you know, with children, you know, if you notice, and then I don't want to say it like that because then people might start saying, oh, so you saying the dark-skinned kid's ugly and they don't get molested because they do? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about numbers and statistics and the volume and how things happen. Any child can get molested. Any person can make that horrible decision of taking the innocence away from a child.
Thanks.
You know. And with the Bigo situation, it's a little bit more dangerous because now, dare to say, it's like a celebrity Hollywood casting couch type situation. It's I have status and I have money, right? And so, you know, so I'm used to getting what I want at this level. So if you're what I want, and I see what I want before I know how old you are, and then I find out how old you are, if I still want you, then I still want you.
Right.
If I have no moral standing, if I have no moral standing in that regard, because of the sexual deviancy that was created by a lifestyle that I was either thrown into, groomed to be in, or simply accepted it because that's just how I want to live my life, it's still sexual deviancy.
Facts. No doubt.
And sexual deviancy is something that we don't talk about a lot in the black community. In the black community, when we talk about sex, we got the black men talking about, well, you know what we got. I'm finna touch your soul. I'm finna hit your spine. You better arch your back, right? And then we got the girls like, oh, I'm a double fisted, and you gonna get that Glock, my thing dripping, and that's cool for adults, right? That's cool for adults.
Right.
But but when you go too hard with it, it falls into sexual deviancy, and the word is deviance because it's deviant. It's a level of nastiness with it that makes it more of an addiction and an obsession. So therefore, you'll have less quarrels about who it's done with because you put more emphasis on the act just being done and the feeling being had. So once you fall into that sexual deviancy category, it starts to not matter how old they are or who they are. More of it starts to lean towards the feeling I'm going to get from it. I need this feeling, and
I think it's just sick.
it's an addiction.
I think it's just sick. Anybody that did experience, being molested or raped, and then they go and molest somebody else, and then try to shame them for coming out and telling their story. We see this all the time. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the things that Charli had said in the little message thing in the comment was shit that everybody fucking says. Polite didn't fucking said it. You know what I'm saying? Other like Sinful the P didn't said it. All type of other shit. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I mean, I don't mean to just put a claim like that on anybody that is a very severe claim, but we're just listening to what was said, by, the victim, and then it came out that he had more, the alleged victim, but then it came out that he had more possible alleged victims were discounted because possibly they didn't file charges. But again, a lot of the times victims don't file charges. They never come forward. They never tell a soul sometimes.
Yeah. And I start looking at it more. One thing I've always tried to avoid, I've always tried to wonder why people do like messed up things to other people just in general. Because I don't walk around like, yo, how can I manipulate this person, this situation? How could I get whatever I want out of this? Or how could I do whatever I want to? Like, my mind doesn't work like that. So when I see it happen, I'm like, okay, but the only way to stop it is to try to understand it. And some people don't have the capacity to step in the shoes of someone who would do things like that. But I'm starting at an older age as a man where I'm set in my ways and I know what I will not do. I'm starting to have the ability to look at it through that perspective. And I used to think that understanding someone was justifying their action, but it's not. You don't, just because you can understand something doesn't mean it's justified. That's why we have trials, and you have jurors and a jury that are looking at it, trying to understand everything. They're not trying to understand everything to justify it. They're trying to understand everything to see what is just and what is not just in the eyes of the law, and differentiate between the two. And I know of another situation of a young black man who would have sleepovers, and everything was cool in video games and food until it got dark and quiet in the house, and then it's, oh, you never jacked off before? Oh, let me show you how to do that. Oh, you never did that before? You know how it feels? Grooming by other close in age individuals, younger people, grooming other younger people. They could either be a year older, a couple months, or they could just have been possibly groomed by someone else. And then so they bring that to a friend, and they're not coming to that friend saying to them, "Oh, this person tried to get me to do this stuff with them," because they've already probably, it's sad to say, maybe enjoyed it or accepted it. So they come to a friend they're cool with, like, okay, there's no reason why me and this person should stop being friends just because I'm telling them about something new. It's just something new. And so that grooming trickles down and it affects other people. Now, me personally, I believe that certain people in those situations are targeted if they don't know no better. Because the sad reality is
being targeted.
Hypothetically, if you got an older cousin that's gotten into some shit with alternative lifestyle and got groomed a little bit, and they've been convinced that it's cool how your body works, you like what you like, right? And then they hanging out with another cousin that ain't on none of that shit. They're not going to be able to help with that sexual deviancy. They're going to not be able to help to do certain things. It usually starts off with showing them how to masturbate. They teach how they got taught. Showing them how to masturbate, opening them up sexually, spiritually. I know you don't believe in God, but spiritually or scientifically even, you're opening up those chakras, those doors, those thoughts of, and then once you get that part, get them watching porn and shit, get them in a sexual space, right? Then it's like, oh, in this sexual space, let's move on to something else. Maybe me and you do something. And if that person might know that you don't have nobody that's telling you, man, that's homosexuality, bro. Like that's you tripping. Whoever the fuck that. And if that person knows that you don't have that type of protection around you, you might try some shit. And the problem with that is, once you try it in the black community, you automatically gay for the rest of your life. So now,
see, but I could care if he's gay, though.
It's not about caring. It's about that individual person and how they feel and how it affects their life through the grooming. So
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. Never mind. We were talking about two
different things. Yeah. You're talking about a dude and two dudes that are already in the lifestyle, and the fact that he's just young, and the problem is that he's young.
No, I'm pointing out the fact that Charli, this man is saying that he molested him. I don't think they were in a relationship.
Oh, absolutely not. You don't have to be. It's usually, it's usually never a relationship. It's usually like a friendship almost, where you're just like trying things.
I think.
And
go ahead. Well, the more dangerous predators are ones that know what they're doing is wrong and still do it and try to manipulate. It's not really a friendship, and the victim is led into believe that they are friends or there's some type of love. It's kind of like the Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, you love your captor
at some point, right?
Yeah, I think we're saying the
why,
same thing.
At the same time, somebody in this situation couldn't have went out and found possibly, somebody that was 18. If he was 15, you couldn't have found somebody 3 years older to be with. Why is it always that, and then when our younger men are victimized, that messes up their mind frame. Now they might be out committing crimes. They're failing in school. They're doing shit. They, taking their life, unaliving themselves. Now we gotta word it like that on YouTube, but that type of thing.
Yeah. It all leads into that, because at the end of the day, black and white, It's you're coercing a individual into doing something that they don't understand, right? And they don't understand the gravity of. They don't know what that's going to do to their mental because they haven't even really developed what they want to eat for breakfast every day. Like they don't even probably know. They're probably not even still sure about what their favorite color is because green is cool as fuck. Blue is the color of the sky. That's pretty cool too. Red is dope. Like they don't even got that down packed, and you're sitting there convincing them to touch themselves and touch someone else in places that arouse them. And I know you, like you said, you're not really religious, but spiritually, that opens up spiritual doors when you start to do sexual things. And I feel like, that's what makes it more devious because you're essentially walking this person into something spirit. You're opening up them to something spiritually they have no idea. And
I agree. I also agree with what Black Love said. Black Love said the victim said he lost his mother and he may have been afraid to rock the boat if he told. The victimizer took advantage of it, I'm sure. And then also the fact that the victim said that he had mentioned he was on the phone or something like that, and he had said that he wanted to get something to eat. And then here comes Charli. He don't even know him. He's like, "You want to go get some food?" And he takes him to get some food allegedly. And then when they get back, that's when Charli is talking about payment for the food. Like,
yeah,
I feel what Black Love is saying too.
yeah, no, that's it. That's exactly right with the grooming, you know. And you said, well, why don't you just pick someone your age? Well, because they're not as easy to manipulate. You know that you need someone you can manipulate if you're going to successfully pull it off. Because at the end of the day, it's all about feeling that insatiable need. I need this need to get met with the least amount of resistance because it's something that I'm craving for and I don't have a lot of
Right, and it
patience.
isn't attractive to a person that looks like they're underage.
Yeah,
You know what I
because
mean? Because
yeah,
like when I go, like when my son goes to the grocery store, he goes out in public. People literally like places will be like, "Need a job," or like there was recently my king and my son was at the grocery store, and this lady, this grown ass woman, was just staring him up and down, all in his fucking face and shit, just like following him and shit, and it was really, you know what I mean, and that's what he gets. But at the time, I'm looking at it like, to me, you know, maybe because I'm his mother, I can see that he's young. I wouldn't guess 12, but I wouldn't definitely guess 16 either. You know what I'm saying? So, in
hmm
my opinion, also, when you talk to somebody that's underage, they have this type of mannerism where their thought patterns may not be mature, and that would immediately, kind of show, in my opinion.
yeah, you're 100% right. An adult whose brain is developed to a certain point definitely can see the innocence. And you know me, I'm gonna go back to the spiritual thing. The innocence, the more the innocence is there, is the closer you are to God. It's the unassuming. Oh, everybody's not bad, you know. Da, 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 da. They see that in that light that innocent person still has, and it's this sickening part about that person that wants to steal that light and watch that light fade from that innocent person. And so I wanted to be a pastor, but I don't want to go down the religious road because I feel like I'm gonna go so extreme with it, I'll end up trying to be like a exorcist, and I'm gonna keep it real. I don't want to be fighting the devil. I don't want that. So I'm just gonna be a regular person and talk my shit online. But I feel like God has called me to that because there's been many times where it's like, yo, just put down everything. You know what it is. You see it in black and white. You see it in black and white. Even if, and I can have these conversations with you because you have a brain that functions fucking properly. Excuse my language.
Right.
You understand. You understand that even though you might not know everything, and you might not have tried to pinpoint things like other people haven't joined a kind of religion or whatever, you still get that right and wrong is right and wrong. You still understand that we are inherently born with certain things. We are inherently born knowing that pain is painful, and you would rather not feel pain. You are born knowing that once someone inflicts pain onto you, you have a fight or flight response because it doesn't feel good. And then there are people out there who bypass all of that, and it's like, nah, what I want is above whatever pain you might feel now or whatever residual effects it might have on your psychology, because it's about what I want. Because I'm a narcissistic sociopath and I'm getting what I want right now. And I have devised a plan to get that the easiest, fastest, most efficient way possible. And you know that they know that they're doing something wrong because they do it in dark and they do it in secret. And then when they get exposed, they deny, and they have all of these excuses. So it's at all these roads leading to these people knowing what they're doing. They understand that they're doing something wrong, and they do not care.
Right.
They have no empathy. And even when you put them behind bars, they might have empathy, but it's probably fake just so they can not be behind bars. So you're smart enough to know that you don't want to be locked up for the rest of your life in a cage with other criminals that are probably going to beat the shit out of you every day because you foul. You're smart enough to know that, right?
Oftentimes now in prisons, they're protected. They get to go to like a
And now they protect.
custody. Yeah.
Right. And so, and it's very important to keep stepping on the neck of this topic. And I'm going to be right here with you when you do it, because I have personal experience. I have nieces and nephews. I've been through situations where when I was younger, how I dealt with certain things. And I'm glad that my mother told me what she told me, because when I punched her in her face and my mom seen her the next time, because it was technically my mom's friend. My mom stopped being her friend after that. But because my mom sat me down and she said, "What happened?"
Right. That's what's up.
It's only one reason why she looked like that. Because I know what I told you.
Punched her in her face, bro.
I punched her in her fucking face.
How old were you?
And I had to be like 7 or 8. All I know is I was going upstairs to the attic to get some ginger ale because I love ginger ale. I was coming back down. I got stopped at the steps talking about, let's sing the ABCs. I sung my ABCs. The next time, won't you sing with me? And then I did it again. And she said, next time, won't you have sex with me? My motherfucking face changed. I cocked back and I hit her. She tried to almost dodge it. I remember like it was yesterday.
Wow.
I popped her right in the shit.
I have been molested so many times that I could basically it was like something came over my body. Like when I knew I was in one of those situations and it was new, or it could, you know what I'm saying? Like something wasn't right. Like I would literally get like almost like a taste in my mouth, or just start feeling also a certain type of way.
I got hot.
That shit's weird.
I got really hot.
I started being able to just peep shit.
Yeah, I got really hot, and I didn't want to tell my mom, but she knew because she had a black eye, And she kept trying to avoid how she got it. I would sit and watch her lie about how she got it, or I fell, or whatever. And I'm so young, I'm not about to stand up, but I punched her in her shit because I wasn't taught to be real disrespectful like that. But she knew she never had another conversation. She would avoid me because she knew what I was going to do next time she was around. I was going to punch her in her fucking mouth. And she's been a woman of an alternative lifestyle. I believe she identifies as a lesbian still, and for a while it took me to mention something about that to my mom until I was like 25, and she said I knew why. She said I knew it was a reason you didn't like her. That's why I stopped. That's why I
That's just
stopped having
crazy as
conversations.
hell too. Like anybody that gets close to somebody to molest their children, like that's sick as fuck. Jeanette said that she had that happen with her 14-year-old. I hate it. That shit's unfortunate. Like
Very unfortunate.
and I just
Yeah.
don't think like I'm not like saying, because we're on YouTube, I can't say that like, we should do harm to these type of predators, period, whatever, regardless of their race or gender. I'm saying like they shouldn't also, when they get out, be able to just re-victimize. Like a lot of these times they go into treatment centers for, sexual abuse and they reoffend afterwards. So it's kind of just like the public, if they're not made aware of these type of people, they, can continuously be victimized, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't want to stray too far off and overgeneralize or personalize, but this Bigo thing is like these young black men, and this is the thing about it. I like the fact that these young black people can get on Bigo and make all this money, and I like the fact that these young black people that are living these alternative lifestyles where they would on other platforms be otherwise ostracized and called the F word and oh you do this and you do this in the butt or whatever, and it's all dookie on you and it smells like dookie and you probably got this life threatening STD and all the negative stuff that come with it. I'm looking at they're black and they're making money, so if they're black and they're making money, then they quite possibly might be supporting other black people. But when stuff like that comes out, you got to look at the harsh reality behind it. And the funny thing is, it's not because that alternative lifestyle, the sexual deviancy comes with anyone who gains fame and notoriety and status. When you gain fame, notoriety, status, and money, your true colors come out. Fame, notoriety, and status just bring out who you really are as a person.
That's fact.
If we had some kind of social experiment going on in the world where every week we found a random person that was around 25 with a fully developed brain and just gave them $1 million and told them, they could just have it and do whatever they want with it. Most people would just go off and be whoever they want to be without the restrictions of I got to get up and go to work every day, and have their mind be set on all of these other things that they think they have to accomplish just to be comfortable in life. Once all that is washed away, once all that pressure of having to make money is washed away, and you can just literally think about everything that you want to do and everything that is going to please you and make you happy, you're going to become that person that you really, really are.
Right.
And it's not a coincidence that these young brothers on this app that are living in alternate lifestyles, whether it be trans, whether it be lesbian, gay, or the other ones, there is some form of trauma that happens in a lot of their lives that makes them choose that. And if it's not a form of trauma, it could even be you experimented with another boy and somebody else found out about it, and now because of the way community works, if a boy ever does anything with another boy, you're automatically gay, and that never gets you. It's hard for you to take that off of you as a young black man, in
See, but I
particular. White
think that
people,
that's stupid because if a boy is molested as a boy, or even a grown man is raped, like you could go to, you know what I'm saying, a bar or whatever, or a party and get too drunk and wake up and your asshole hurt. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like if that happens, you're not gay. That means that somebody took advantage of you. And
yeah,
even if you
yeah,
turn out to be gay after that, like that's little or nothing, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, far as like, you know what I'm saying, it's not a big
yeah,
deal. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah. And just being accosted at a young age by someone like that fucked up my thoughts of what sex is. Like, why is this older woman that I'm not attracted to that's supposed to like girls? That doesn't even really look like a girl. She's kind of like a dom showing sexual attraction to me. I didn't understand it. So my thought, I'm gonna punch her in her. I don't like this. I'm punching her in the face. And the
Oh,
only
the
time I got,
attention to him in public, Jeanette said. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, and I only got in trouble for it one time when a counselor was talking to me, and they kind of leaned in and got closer, I guess, to try to level with me, and they were starting to ask me questions about sexual things, and I punched the counselor in the face, and then that's when they realized, oh shit, this boy is defending himself.
Right.
This is not the first time that this has happened, where people have accosted him in this way. And
Right.
and they wrote it in my little file. Don't get in his face. If you evade, and I told him, my mom said punch you in the face. I'm little. I'm telling him, my mom said punch you in the face. You got too close. I can smell your breath. I can smell you too good. Like, I don't care what you're saying to
Wow.
me. You talking soft. You too close. I feel like you about to move in and try to touch me now. I'm punching you. I'm gonna hit you.
So Jeanette said, no one tried to touch her 14-year-old son, but like women pay him attention when he's in public, and grown women flirt with him. I feel that. My son goes through that often, and you know what I mean? Like it's to the point to where now, like my king and me, like it's weird as hell. Like last summer, it was some Mexican dudes, right? Because we had went to a couple events or whatever, and like these Mexican dudes were just like stalking my daughter, and she's like a little bit shorter than me. You know, I'm like 5'7", so she's like probably like 5'5" or something, right? And you know, she don't really look grown. Like you could, in my opinion, you could tell, and they just like. I think it's just crazy. Like to me, you could tell if somebody is a juvenile or not. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
that shit is
and
sick.
it's really a moral thing. It's really an integrity thing. That's why I really love that I joined the military. I say I regret it sometimes, but you know, the first thing that the military taught me was integrity, morals, and values. Man, your family first, country. Innocent people, dog. You see something going on, you do the best. You do the best of your ability to keep yourself safe,
Say
everybody in the
something.
situation safe, type thing. And I think a lot of young men, not just young men, but young people need that ingratiated in them, whether it's their family or the Boy Scouts, which they shut down because they raped way too. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. They have violated a lot, so many of those boys.
Mhm.
Um, that they're shutting those things down because it's way too many people with access to way too many young men that are aspiring to be men, and they're looking towards people that they think are going to make them better men, and then they end up getting violated, just like the Catholic Church. I have a homeboy that's in the Catholic Church. I almost want to pull him up on the panel so he can tell he's told me things like, "Yo, I grew up in the Catholic Church, and we just knew it was certain pastors that we would avoid. You don't get yourself, doing mass with them. No pun intended.
Right.
You don't get yourself in a position where you're at the pulpit because they'll do all kind of stuff. The big robes that they wear, the close proximity, they're doing a lot of touching, they're doing a lot of whispering, they're doing a lot of gestures. It's a lot. It's way too much close proximity with these young boys, for these guys to plant a lot of seeds. And spiritually, it sounds demonic. They're planting demonic seeds in these young men because these men have claimed to giving their life to God, and because they've fully given their life to God and gave away all pleasures, they're really just lying and being hypocrites. They're liars. They're sexual deviants that hide under the veil of God.
Just
And
like,
it's disgusting.
Sinful the P. He recently TKO Capone, another Bigo host, was over there mourning his passing. And I had exposed Sinful the P for molesting an underage girl, pimping her and getting her pregnant and going to prison for it. I showed the parole hearings and everything. And you got a nigga like TKO Capone over there, glorifying that he was a pimp, and that shit's
But look, I even told people on other platforms, "Hey, yo, check out Queen's Throne. Y'all talking about this dead dude, right? But Queen's Throne months ago, we even showed the trial, the whole trial. You want to see the whole trial where his face is in it, where the girl is in it? We pulled up the police cam footage of them opening his door and him trying to cop a plea about why he got a 14-year-old girl in his house, and then going to court and him trying to justify getting her pregnant, talking about, well, she was my girlfriend and all this weird shit.
That police thing, that was because he had a chick from the UK or something like that out here, and he was pimping her, but he had put his hands on her. She was an adult. She was an adult right there.
Oh, my bad.
That was
I
after
didn't
his
put that
prison
back
sentence. No, it's good, but that was after his prison sentence.
Yeah, so I mean, people want to act like these topics. So
then he went to Canada and hit up there so that he didn't have to register. He had to register for like a long ass time.
Yeah, that's why he moved to Canada. Yeah, that's why he had to move to Canada and start doing all them vlogs. And I'm starting to think, the niggas that supporting it, they know the story and they really just rocking with the mentality that maybe they think that's how the world should run. And like I said, putting yourself in the shoes of someone who has morals that are vastly, or no morals at all, that go against the morals that you have, kind of is draining, because as a man, I understand what sexual frustration feels like. I understand what it feels like to be a man in 2023 at my age, because I don't have rapper money or movie status. So I have to do certain things or be a certain way just to get a woman's attention, or even, interact with women in a certain way. And I'm not complaining about it. I look at it like a challenge for me to be the best version of myself. But people don't choose that option. They don't choose that road to, all right, well, if this is the universe telling me to be the best version of myself, because women want men that are the best version of themselves. It's other dudes that take the easier route. But hell no, I'm not. That shit too hard. I gotta work out. I gotta make money. I gotta be responsible. I gotta be respectful. I gotta keep myself up. I gotta make sure my clothes look right when I approach her. I gotta make sure the things that I say are right. I gotta get turned down a lot, probably. Man, that's hard. Man, nigga, I'm gonna take this basement that I live in, and this couch that I live on, and this 9 to 5 job I'm probably gonna get fired from and have to find a new one. Take this little, $1,500 or $1,200 paycheck and try to stretch that, get a bottle, and find the dumbest chick that comes across my way, to give me to give me some box, because that's the main goal. I'm trying to get me some box. Like, I'm not really aspiring to be nothing real in my life. I'm just gonna do it the easy way. And I understand that mentality. I understand how it feels to want to just say fuck all that shit, and I'm just gonna do it the easy way. And the easy way, 9 times out of 10, is running into a female who don't know no better. And the females that don't know no better are the ones with lack of life experience. The ones with lack of life experience are the ones who haven't experienced a lot of life, aka people who haven't been on the earth that long. Right. And it's that simple. And they're okay with it. They've justified it in their minds because they look at it like, well, society has put me in this place. You know, my childhood wasn't great. I wasn't put in a position to win. I wasn't put in a position to have certain assets and be in certain statuses and maintain those statuses. So I could have those things to attract the women to me. So I'm going to take the little bit that I do have. I'm going to try to sprinkle some game in it. I'm going to try to sprinkle some logic in it to make it sound right. And as long as I'm smashing, and then as long as the girl look kind of good, you know, I'm doing my thing. Like, no, nigga, you're taking the low road. You're taking the easy way out. And as much conversations as I have with people in the manosphere or people in the womanosphere that swear up and down, that swear up and down that my options are lower, because I choose that I don't want a woman with kids, that I want a woman of a particular age with no kids that also has morals and values. Then they want to turn around and tell me that my options are lower and I'm probably not going to find anybody. But that's the conversation that makes the nigga say, well, fuck it. Shit, maybe if I change my standards to a woman with a few kids that's on Section 8, that's needy, you know, that's looking for, that'll accept anybody. Yeah, you know, I'll raise my chances of getting shot or getting in a fucked up situation. I'll raise my chances of being around someone's 14, 15-year-old daughter. That a fucked up situation might come out of, but hey, no, it might not be a fucked up situation. Shit, you know, I'm just trying to get some. So when the mom's at work and I'm off work, and she hop out the shower, shit, that's just another opportunity. That's a lot easier than, you see what I'm saying? Just saying it is fucked up. But I'm a man. So I see how a man could just want to take that easy route. Forget about everything that really makes him a man and really makes him stand on morals and values and what's right and what's wrong, and just say fuck all of that. I'm just going to do it the easy way. And it's these niggas out here trying to do it the easy way that give up.
You, Naomi?
Yeah, that's me.
What up now? But yeah, it's niggas out here trying to do it the easy way. Cause yeah, it's hard for me. It's hard to preach. You see what I'm saying? Like I go without sex for a little while, because there's certain things I won't do. It's not like I don't have opportunities, but you know, certain women I turn down. Like, you know, I mean, if I'm gonna have sex with a woman, I'm not gonna have sex with a woman like that. You know what I mean? I'm not finna just smash you because out of my desperation, and I know that you have some kind of desperation, because I know what's gonna come out of that. I'm gonna have a soul tie with a person that ain't on shit, and you know, you might have the potential of ruining my life. You know, so I'm just going, you know, have more patience. And yeah, it's difficult to have patience and stuff like that, you know, but that's, this nigga do it the hard way, bro. You know, and the sad thing about it is niggas that have morals, that want to stand on those morals, and they think that they do everything right, and they think that they do everything good, and they still don't get the results that they think they should have. They be offing themselves. You know, they be having money, they own crib, they own car, and they done went to the bar. You know, they done went to the bar every weekend out of the month and been the most stand up guy they could have been. You know, they came there, they dressed nice, they smell good, drove their own car. It might not be a Benz, but it's something. And because it's not an Aston Martin or something shiny, she not gonna look at the Benz. His shoes ain't Jordans. They might be Adidas or something. But he out there, and his personality is on point. He, hey, thank you. Hey, you look nice today. Want to have a conversation? Want to get to know you? That's not appealing, right? To the average woman that's out there. She looking for some flair, some zing. Nigga, you got a gun, nigga. I mean, nigga, you sell drugs. Is you gonna make me scared of going to jail tonight? Because that's what
That
I
is
like.
true.
He
That
don't
is
got
true.
none of that for her. All he got for her is, hey, how you doing? I want to treat you how you supposed to be treated. If you like to watch something, you want to go relax. She don't want to go relax. She want her blood pressure to rise when the police pass, because she know this nigga ain't about shit. She want to hear that this nigga is in a gang, some kind of level of danger. Them dudes don't go out with none of that extra flair and shit. They just go out there just like themselves, man. And when he try and he try and he try and he try, and he like, damn, like everything my mama taught me, I watch my peoples respect each other. I'm trying to respect these women. Ain't shit happening. Like, what they want me to do? Disrespect them? And so you either turn into a complete asshole, right? A city boy. Tell them whatever they want to hear, flash in front of them, whatever they want to see. Shit, you might go from driving your regular Honda because you thought that was good enough for the club when you realized it wasn't shit. You like, I'm a rent the Aston Martin for this weekend because I know that she don't give a fuck about reality. I know that she give a fuck about delusion. I know that she give a fuck about what she sees right now. So yeah, I'm a buy the expensive outfit for the one day, and I'm gonna rent the shiny car. She gonna get in that. She wasn't gonna get in that Honda, but she gonna get in that shiny car. She not gonna question it. What I mean, she gonna go back to that over expensive hotel. I can only probably buy once a month because I don't get paid like that. But at least I'm gonna get some pussy. I'm gonna get something out of it. And so niggas start living a lie. Niggas start adjusting to what the women are going to respond to. Or the super negative side, nigga just like, fuck it. I'm a pull up in the Honda. I'm gonna go to the bar. I'm gonna ask to get her a drink. All I need is one woman that's gonna accept me buying her a drink, and I'm gonna put something in that drink. And if she ain't want me before, she ain't gonna know what the fuck she want in 10 minutes, and we gonna be gone. And the next morning, she ain't gonna know what the
That's
fuck
that.
happened, and I
That's
can
that
help her.
victim. That's that, like, not victim, but that's that predator mentality. Like, either way it
Exactly.
goes.
Niggas turn into predators because they give up. They give up. They give up because their main goal in their mind is, I'm not getting what I want, and I want to get what I want. Completely disregarding how it's going to affect the next person. And that's why I'm so glad that I have a religious basis with me, because all that shit is out the window for me. If I'm not getting results I'm looking for, I'm like, man, fuck this shit. I'm already in Miami. I'm about to go to one of these 1 of these pizza shops that closes at 4 in the morning because they know it's drunk people. I'm finna go get me 2 big ass slices, sit down and eat those, laugh at some shit on Instagram, hop on YouTube and go do something else. I'm shifting gears. I'm not I'm not fully invested in one thing to the point where it's going to change my characteristics as a person so I can get a desired result. And that's what I'm talking about men. That's what some people
Yeah.
do. They change they compromise their morals to get a desired result. You know damn well you have enough
Hey,
notoriety and enough
Lavina.
money to get a grown ass person to come and chill with you. But you are so lazy. You know that grown ass person is going to have a lot more questions. They might have some certain standards about themselves, what they won't do, what they will do, how fast they going to move forward with a person
And
sexually,
they're
and you don't
also
want to
gonna
go through
peep
that.
out. And they're also gonna peep out a bullshitter.
Right.
You know what
And they're
I'm
going to
saying?
see,
A
yeah,
child may be swindled for longer, and it, like you said, it's easier for these type of predator type of people to groom children, but also, like, you know, there is the fetish, but the fact that you can't just, you know, pull the wool over a grown motherfucker's eyes like you can a child. An
Right.
adult,
100,
even if
100%.
they're like dealing with other shit or whatever, or just not seeing what's going on, eventually they're gonna pick up quicker than a child.
100%. 100%. That's like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing. See, Jeffrey Dahmer thought he was smarter than everybody. That's why he chose his victims the way he did. He chose gay black men from clubs. They were already drinking. He'll drug them, and then he'll pontificate about how smart he is and all that stuff. Imagine if Jeffrey Dahmer targeted children and not adults.
Well, he was a sex offender. He had victimized an underage child. I watched the series. I think I have like one or two left or something. I'm not sure because I fell asleep and I don't even know if I went back and looked at it all. But they said in there that he was, you know, a predator, that he had before that victimized an underage.
Yeah, because he was an equal opportunity predator. His main focus wasn't just children because he had a god complex. He felt like he was just smarter than everybody. Not a typical narcissistic sociopath. He felt like he was smarter than everybody. He wasn't specifically a child predator, but if he was specifically a child predator, because he was so smart, he kind of felt like he wanted to give himself a challenge. You know, that's why he would get physically fit men that could possibly defend themselves. That's why, you know, the black dude got away, you know, and he ended up getting arrested. You know, so thank God that he was so arrogant. Thank God he was so arrogant. Because had he been insecure to the point where he didn't think he was smart enough or strong enough to subdue formidable opponents, he would have only focused on far weaker children. That's why you watch a lot of these cases. I believe that's why the pedophiles that get caught, they're a lot older. They're in their 50s, 40s. They've been doing this for a while because it's easier to shut up and scare a child into not saying anything, especially a little boy when it comes to a man, especially a black little boy. Because if that black boy says something, then it makes him automatically gay in the eyes of his community. And I don't care what people say or how nice you should be about it. Little black boys say nothing about molestation from other older black men because they know if they tell somebody and it gets out, people are going to automatically label them as gay. And that completely emasculates them for a reason that is out of their hands and not their fault. But they know that it's absolute social suicide. That's why Hassan Campbell was so long.
Shout out to Nicolette. Naomi said that he likes black men, yes, but he went after weak people and ate them because he couldn't deal with being alone. If he ate them, they would always be with him. But also, he, in my opinion, moved to this rundown area or whatever because he felt like in the black community, possibly, you know, the police didn't care as much. And if you watch the series, you saw that when it was reported, and especially when it was brought up the fact that they were gay, like one of the mothers, the mother of the hearing impaired guy or whatever, when she was in the police station, she was gonna say gay, but she said something else. But every time that, you know, the fact that the victim was gay was brought up, people didn't want to talk about it no more. It was like the police just shoved it under the rug. And just like with Eileen Wuornos, I feel like the police let her kill. And there's also a man in, I think, Brooklyn, New York or something like that. He went on a killing spree and like the FBI knew about it and they didn't stop him until they felt like it. You know what I'm saying? So I think with, maybe I'm wrong, but with Jeffrey Dahmer, I think the police really, they either failed or they played a part, like knowingly was like, oh, these people are gay. We don't care about them. Because when they showed like portions of like the police talking, like the police were stalking the victims and they also were like cracking little jokes and shit. And I think that part was definitely important that they showed. But I do think that Jeffrey moved to that area because he was attracted to white men. One of his first victim, well, that was an adult, was that white man that was like hitchhiking to. You got a lot of interference going on with the phone. He was hitchhiking to the concert or whatever, some Rob Zombie or some shit. I can't remember what he said, but then Jeff, when he wanted to leave, Jeffrey hit him over the head with the weight. You know what I'm saying? Thing
knocked him out. Yeah.
Yeah, so he had other, like, there was white victims, which at the time, I don't even think that the media really made that apparent. They just kind of pointed out the black people, and maybe that was done on purpose too. I don't know. Yeah, the least accepted victims. Yes, facts. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
There's a TV show. Actually, you said the FBI. There's a TV show called Mind Hunter, where they talk about the BTK killer, Breion torture kill. He killed about 30. Well, the numbers went up from 30 to maybe 400 once they found this abandoned house. And I don't know if you're gonna watch the show. I don't want to spoil it for people, but the show's called Mind Hunter. It's about 4 seasons. It's set in the 70s, about when the FBI decide to look into criminal psychology to try to stop more severe crimes before they happen. Because
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's a very, very good show. Very good actors. I'm sorry,
Mind
but you won't be
Hunters?
binging it. Mind Hunter.
You know I like that true crime shit.
It's fire. Mind Hunter. Look it up. Play the preview.
And then also in the Dahmer series or whatever, the lady that played on Reno 911, I just forgot her damn name, child. But she was the neighbor to Jeffrey Dahmer, and like she was reporting shit, and they were just like, they didn't even care. Like, and then I felt bad for her because, you know, the way that the apartment looked like it was set up, there was vents and stuff, so she could directly, like, if she like unscrewed the vent, it would lead to his apartment. So she was getting a whiff of all that.
Yeah.
I just think that's crazy. I don't know. But the dude that played Jeffrey Dahmer, he's been in American Horror Story. I forgot his name, but he is a very good actor.
He's amazing. Any guy that can put, like I talk about putting yourself in people's shoes, actors have to be that person. And that's why the Joker, the best Joker, he killed himself. He was the best Joker. And he was the best Joker because he fully embodied the mentality of what the Joker was supposed to be.
Facts.
A 100% anarchist. And I think it's cognitive dissonance that caused him to commit suicide, because he had two conflicting thoughts in his mind. He had who he really was, and then I believe he may have started to fall into the idea and the actual belief of what the Joker believed in as a real thing. And I think he may have killed himself because I think he thought that he would actually start doing those things to society because he might have sided with that idea. And that's just my theory.
Lavina Nicolette pointed out that the house smelled horrible. Naomi. Lavina said, I do wonder if the dude that played Jeffrey Dahmer, if that affected him. That is a good question.
That's a good question.
That is. But in my mind, I don't know, maybe I need to go back and look, but I feel like the Joker dude that killed himself, I feel like that was connected to the industry. I don't really delve down those things a lot anymore because, you know, conspiracy theories can, you know, if you don't control it, can get out of control or whatever, or they make too much sense to that's where all I would focus on. But I do feel like there was some type of situation that played out with what was his name, Heath Ledger.
Yeah, Heath Ledger. That's the name. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way he was telling her, like, oh, the meat was spoiled, and boy, you ain't got that much motherfucking spoiled meat. I should do like a experiment and like put some meat in my fridge and then just let it spoil and see like if it stank or whatever. Like, I don't know, just his response to her was crazy as hell. But I think I think all them people played the parts really good or whatever. You know what I'm saying? In that I didn't have an issue with one person. Don't put. Oh, there is already one in there. Yeah. So my king, he had made Juicy Lucy's. I don't know if y'all know what that is,
I
but
know
it's like
exactly what that is.
yeah, it's a burger
You
with
put the cheese
cheese
in
in
the
the
burger.
middle. Yep.
Yeah.
He had made them, and that was like I think like last week. So he still had the glass container with the Tupperware top on top, and it don't smell at all when you open my fridge. So that's kind
Yeah,
of.
because
Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying. Food smells different when you make it with love. That's all.
You petty as hell.
And
No,
when
it was
and
like
when
the
you don't,
raw hamburger meat or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, when you make it with love, and when you don't make it with human body parts, it kind of smell normal. You know what I mean?
Right. I heard that if you fry like human skin, it smells like bacon.
One of the first movies I saw at a young age was Silence of the Lambs,
Mm,
and it was
that
a
movie was crazy.
very graphic movie. But at a very early age, I started to understand the mind of a psychopath, and and so and I'm like, so these people are people that pretty much give up on being good people. They're extremely intelligent people that give up on being good people and doing things the hard way. Like
Right,
because when
because
you
a
look at it,
psychopath is a more severe version of a sociopath
yeah, that's the
in
next level of it.
reality. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
sociopath
what.
and then a psychopath.
Yeah, I know a sociopath when I see one. Anyone that because I'm a very smart person, I know a lot of shit. Anytime I run into a person that tells me that they know more than I do, I automatically assume that they're a sociopath. Because I don't. It's not
Yes.
that it's not that I believe. It's not that I don't think nobody knows more than me, but I know a lot of shit, and I never feel the need to tell people that I know more than them. So for you to have that ego attached to whatever you think you know, and my grounding in the Bible, and the Bible telling me if you know what you know, then you know nothing. That is the start of wisdom, understanding that you know absolutely nothing. That means you're
Maybe we gotta
automatically going against the divine.
Right. Maybe we need to look into Heath Ledger's passing because Isaiah said Johnny Depp gave River Phoenix a drink with a substance causing his overdose. And then Jeanette said um Johnny Depp gave it to him, question mark. Wow. Didn't remember that. So, I mean, I really didn't pay attention. I know that like his passing like affected my king because he's a artist as well. He's a chef, but he's also an artist, so he can draw like all of that freehand. You know what I mean? He'll draw you a portrait out of like just some pencil and some of that charcoal stuff or whatever. But
Hmm.
he's really into like Batman and like anime and that
Pastel.
type of thing. You know what I'm saying? But he took that shit really hard because that was one of his favorite like versions. You know what I mean?
Because he was the true essence of what the Joker was. He captured that on camera.
He did play it the
Unfortunately,
best. He did. Yeah.
unfortunately, he embodied it in mind, body, and spirit instead of just being able to put it on the screen.
Isaiah said,
And
I've asked myself if human flesh has a normal taste. It's just that I don't even want to think about that, but I guess I don't know, maybe the Silence of the Lamb, they talked about human flesh too, or whatever. I wouldn't really want to like eat a human though. That shit is just strange. But I do think that what I think Naomi was talking about, where he ingested them so that they would always be with him, I think that was a part of it too, though. Because
Yeah.
he like flipped out when they wanted to leave.
Yeah, that's a deeply spiritual thing as well, and I don't know how much you like me talking about that because of your beliefs, but
Go ahead, it ain't
a
all
person.
about me. You up here?
Oh well, I mean, I just want to respect your show.
I
3
appreciate
years
it
and
though.
they got mad respect for you.
It has been 3 years.
Yeah, I remembered. Uh, the spiritual thing. Look, the Son of Sam. I don't want to go to. I'm just using it as an example. The Son of Sam, and this show Mindhunter is really dope. It's about the FBI given a chance to interview serial killers. So they did an interview with Charles Manson. They did an interview with the Son of Sam. And they did an interview with a bunch of other serial killers. I don't want to give too much of the show because the show's really good, man. If y'all people that don't want to watch it and preach on Instagram, I'll give you spoilers. But if you do want to watch it, I won't. But it's in the 70s, and this young FBI agent, he gets into a case where he can't save the dude that's holding some people hostage. I'm not gonna say what happens because it's a dope ass scene, but he can't save him, and he starts to wonder, and because his boss kind of looks at it as like a failed mission, he puts him in a classroom and starts having him teach people, takes him out of the field. And as he does that, he changes his focus to, well, let's look at the mind of these people that are committing these new crimes, because they were looking at them as new crimes. Because before that, they would be able to identify serial killers much easier. It's like, his wife divorced him, and then he came back home to get his stuff, and he heard her having sex with another man, and he murdered. Easy. Crime of passion. But then they were starting to speak about how crimes started to change in the 70s when it came to the Charles Manson thing, when they started doing it in the occultic way. And this is when it shifts into the spiritual. And there was more than one psychopath serial killer that said, just like Naomi said, how he said the victims will always be with him. It was another psychopath. I'm not going to say who because the show's good. You got to find out who. He said to the investigator far into some of the interviews that, they would always be with me. And being a spiritual person like me, people might not believe what I'm saying, but when I used to fast and pray for days at a time, I would be attacked spiritually. You could believe me or not believe me. And I would be attacked spiritually. And in a way where I had to pick a side. I'm just going to say that I was fasting one day, reading the Bible.
You molested by a succubus.
And I had to pick a side. And I picked a side. You call it whatever you want. Call me crazy.
Was it in the sexual context?
And I picked a side.
Can you hear me?
And no, I was by myself.
I didn't.
No, I was by myself. I can hear you perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I was by myself.
Okay. Go ahead.
You said no. It wasn't in a sexual. It wasn't in a sexual context. It was in a spiritual context. I fucked around. And I stared into the mirror too long. And this was before I knew what mirrors meant in the occult. Because in my mind, I was kind of like, just, meditating, because the Bible says you seek out God, seek out his face. So this was on like my third day of fasting. I've only been drinking water and stuff. And I'm looking up at the ceiling and it's like, well, the answer's not in the ceiling. This is what's in my brain. Well, the answer can't possibly be in the ceiling. I looked at the Bible. I'm like, well, the answer might not be in the word. And if the answer is not in the word, then maybe I need to look into myself, look deeper into myself. So as I'm staring in the mirror, I see something. And I don't know how to describe it, but it wasn't a human and it wasn't friendly, but it was trying to act friendly. And it was trying, in my interpretation, it was trying to ask me to come closer to it through the mirror. Now, you could determine this however you want. I wasn't high, none of that. I was
I'm
just
just kind
staring
of,
into
I'm
the
not judging you or nothing like that, bro, but I've stood in the mirror and looked at myself. And the first time it was kind of creepy, but after that, I think that that's how you connect with your soul. But go ahead,
right.
though. My experience doesn't have to be yours. I'm not judging
Yeah, yeah. And so I was looking at something that I didn't find pleasant looking. It wasn't pleasant looking at all, but it was smiling, which made it weird. And it was almost like I was at a crossroads. Like I could fully dive into whatever this entity is presenting itself to me. I can allow it to come to come through this mirror and have life through me, or I could deny it and stay on the path with God. So I just was like, I just said the shepherd's prayer. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Lying green pastures, he leads me by the still waters. He leads me in the paths of righteousness. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for the Lord is with me. Thy rod and thy staff comfort me. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. I said that. The entity disappeared. And then I felt this weight lift off of me. I don't say this story a lot. It's a very spiritual thing, and people can interpret it however they want. But the moral decisions I make in my life are extremely spiritual, and there's a very distinct line. And when I made that decision, a lot of things in my life started to change that I didn't like. I lost a girlfriend because I felt like, I didn't want to be having sex at the time because I was on a walk with God. So she left me and she ended up losing her virginity to somebody else. So my pride was hurt by that. And then as I began to change the way I talk and the way I do things, I've learned that people started taking my kindness for weakness, once again, attacking my ego, making me feel like being nice to people was the wrong thing to do. People thinking they could take advantage of me, and I'm constantly asking God, I'm like, God, you gave me the ability to harm people. I can stand up for myself. I could beat people up. I could hurt people. I could shoot people. I could sell drugs just like the best of them. My mom's a gangster. Nigga, what are you trying to do to me? Are you trying to make my life suck? I'm starting to wonder if you even on my side, God. And I learned that patience is important because all the things that I worried about then, I look back at the lives of the people that may have been used to try to negatively impact my life. If I look at their lives, with me doing nothing, I didn't have to do no voodoo. I didn't have to go to no priest. I didn't have to pay nobody. I didn't have to manipulate nothing. I just simply see if I could check up on them later or look at their Facebook, and their life is garbage. It's in shambles. And so that's very important to understand that you're not gonna get there's no glory. There's no glory in it. Or in this world. There's no glory in standing up and having integrity and being a good person in this world right now. There's no glory in it because the cash out comes when the children that were positively affected by you being an adult and stepping in that gap and preventing some disillusioned weirdo person from being in their space and being allowed to have the opportunity to take away their innocence. And when they grow up without that trauma, that's what it is. That's what matters. But you as an individual, you going to take all the scars and the beatings and the people trying to change the narrative. I mean, I heard somebody say, "Oh, people that investigate crimes like that and look at sex crimes too much and get too invested in it, that's probably because they really want to do that shit." Listen, I've heard. Listen, it's a spiritual thing, and I know that you're not religious, but it is a spiritual thing to me.
No, because Clyde tried to say that that's why I look into these type of things or whatever. Like, girl, bye. I was a fucking victim, and I want to stand against it.
Right.
You know?
And you literally have a job where you stop criminals from destroying their lives.
Facts.
And other people's lives. So it goes back to the spiritual because whatever you want to call that person that Jesus calls the evil one. And it's funny that in the Bible Jesus calls him the evil one, because now new priests are saying that the most powerful demons they've ever tried to exorcise, it was one priest that truly believed he was exorcising not just a demon but Satan himself, and he learned that Satan refused to answer to the name of Satan, and he actually was like, I'm not going to use that name anymore because people know it too much. Because if I acknowledge my name, then I acknowledge.
Hold on to that right quick. Jeanette had asked some time ago, what do mirrors mean? Give your opinion of what mirrors mean.
Well, my experience with the mirror is I think the mirrors do exactly what they're supposed to do. They reflect. And in a physical sense, they simply just reflect what's on the other side of it. But on a spiritual sense, I believe they reflect much more than that. I believe they reflect what's in the soul, 100% pure. And I also believe that they're windows and portals that you can let things in or you can go inside of. And so when that entity was calling for me, because it was calling for me, it was almost calling for me to like join or come to its side. That's why I said I chose the side. No, nothing was inside of me. I was looking at something that wanted to be a part of, that wanted to live. You see, the thing about negative entities, they want to live. They're stuck in turmoil. They want to live. They wish they could be a human and smile and experience the joy of seeing your wife, you know, have a child and nurture that child, or getting married, or, you know, laughing with your friends, or cooking with your loved ones, and just having that love and joy. They want to live. So this entity wanted me to actually let it through, and I was like, well, and the only way that you would get through and live and dwell in this space is if you occupied the space I was in, or if you occupied my space, which is my vessel. So I made a choice. I said, absolutely not. I rebuked it 100%. And then it vanished.
Yeah, no
That's
judgment there. You know what I'm saying? I just know that somebody was saying that they were molested by a succubus. A succubus is a female demon. So that was just kind of crazy that they were raped, and they recorded it but didn't show anything. So.
Well, yeah, I've learned early on that it is, if they talk about armies, of angels and demons, like armies fight, and armies use tactics. So just look at the story of Job in the Bible. Like Satan went to God and was like, "Yo, this dude Job, he has everything, and he swears up and down that he loves you, and he gives all the glory to God about everything he got. He always thinking God about his family. He thanks God about his money and how beautiful his kids are. He always thanking God. He always going to church. How about you let me take some? I guarantee you, if I take some of this stuff from him, because he never hit rock bottom. Let me take some of this stuff from him, and let's see if he still prays you. Let's see if he don't rebuke you and deny you as God." He requests permission from God, and God said, "Okay." So he started getting sick. He started losing his money. His family started dying off. And then when he was poor on the floor, he said, "God, why have you forsaken me?" He asked him. He didn't deny God's power or anything like that. He just said, "Damn, why you do me like this?" And then he died. But you see, Jesus said the same thing. And Jesus was Jesus. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, on a spiritual level, I really don't control nothing.
So on a
And I
spiritual level,
understand
in
that.
your opinion, like what is it when somebody decides to victimize a child? Or did
On
you
a
already
spiritual
feel
level,
like
I
you stumbled?
believe,
Like are they
I believe.
possessed or?
Oh no, a possession. If I would say possession is strong, because possession crosses the line. Possession is like another entity is inside of you making the
I know what
decisions.
it
Your
is.
brain really isn't working, right?
I know what it is.
I would say it's more that we have free will, and as humans with our free will, we can choose to join the army of Satan or the army of God at any time we want. We can make that decision. We
I
can
don't
make
know.
that decision.
That just, in my opinion, no disrespect to anybody, but that just seems like submissive. It seems like we're just kind of like, explaining it away. But that's why I'd be interested in the scientific more type of things. I ain't no Scientologist or nothing. I don't believe in the devil, but I used to sing in a choir and all that, and I found out, in my opinion, the church was full of shit. Not just the
I agree.
spiritual leaders, but the whole aspect of it. So again, I don't push that on anybody else or nothing like that, but and then my lineage, that's a whole different situation or whatever. So it's
No,
just
yeah,
that.
100%, and I see where you coming from, and like that's why I like to get into the psychology of it, because it's like I believe, I 100% believe, right, that our minds can be manipulated, and trauma. The big word is trauma. Trauma
But the
does a
thing here
lot of
is,
things
because
to
you had
people.
said it earlier, you said that people that molest, that there are people that have molested. There's people that molest that were not molested. And of course, there's people that have been molested that have molested. But, you know, that also changes things, in my opinion, as well. Because in my opinion, it bothers me when people be like a messed up situation is going on, like a child is missing or somebody was, hurt or whatever. And then people be like, pray about it. No, like action needs to be taken, right? You don't just, I'm going to pray that this person goes to jail and then sit back and not do anything, like file a police report or use your brain and your mind to speak your mind about the situation. But let's get on our knees and pray. I don't know, that get on your knees thing is a big issue to me too. Not because my knees is bad, but it just, I don't know. I had this thing with submission and like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no. I feel that 100%.
And then, like,
God,
also, if God is real, why, I don't want to turn this into a whole religion debate or whatever. Again, I'm not trying to
it's
attack because
not
I
a
can go
debate. We
deep. I can
talking,
go deep.
sis.
But
Let's do
yeah,
it.
I know, I get it. But I'm just saying, like,
I'm rocking
but
with you.
if God is real, then why does he allow children to be starving, get molested, killed, all type of things? And, a lot of these children that we've talked about in the 3 years that you've been with me, bro, like, we've heard some pretty severe stuff. So, like, why wouldn't God
Right.
step in? And not to be funny or whatever, but my little joke is, like, if God is real, he has got to be the first deadbeat father in the world. Like, I'm just saying, but go ahead. Again, I don't mean to disrespect anybody. That's why I'm gonna circumcise,
I feel
what
that.
I'm
I feel that.
saying, but I can't
No,
have them type of debates. But I just, because sometimes, like, the only thing holding them together with whatever they've been through is religion. So I don't want to knock anybody down and then they feel like they have nothing or whatever. But I do like religious people that use their own discernment, and when things go wrong, like in the church or whatever, they stand on it. Action needs to be taken. When you want to get a job, you don't just pray about it. You go do an application. Otherwise, the job ain't never gonna hear from you. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
it's true. Yeah. And that question has been asked for a long time, and religious people avoid it because then they feel offended. They're like, well, why are you questioning God? Because then they go back to the Bible and they talk about Jesus after the 40 days when he was tempted by Satan, and Satan told him to jump off the cliff. And if God is real, then God's angels will stop him from dying, and the angels will come down and fly down there and and fly him up from falling off of the cliff. And Jesus said, you don't have a right to try to test God's strength. Okay, now that right there is a very good question, especially for people who don't believe. Now,
You fading out, bro.
and it's always easy to say for people who have never been in that situation. I'm gonna say it like this: I've never been in a situation. Right, right. I've never been in a situation where I've had a beautiful child or beautiful children, and we're doing just our everyday stuff, and we go into the grocery store, and my little girl, she decides she wants to run down a different aisle, and everything's hunky dory, and now she's gone. A week goes by. We called the police already. We prayed about it. We don't know where she is. Nobody found the body.
Your audio
Now
is
there's
going in and out,
we got
bro.
investigations. We got police sweeping the area.
Right.
Wait, hold on. Is there something wrong with my shit?
Now it's good. It was
Hello?
going in and out a little bit.
Hello?
Yeah, it's good now. Hello? You can hear me?
Yeah, okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Maybe
I'm
you
good?
wanna drop down and then come back because it seems like now you have a delay.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna come back.
Yeah, come right back, bro. Come back up. Yeah. I mean, even though I don't, believe in that or whatever, I do like to hear other people's, opinions on stuff. And I'm an adult, I'm not gonna like start melting or something when it comes to it. But I don't know. Because when I was abused and stuff like that, and I directly just started like questioning God. But then I got closer into the church and all that, and I tried to do that, and it was just like it just wasn't really for me.
Am I good? Am I a
Yeah,
little
you
better?
good. Yeah, you're better, way better.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, like, it's always easy for a person to say that's not in those shoes. I've never been in a situation where I'm at the grocery store with my beautiful family, and my little daughter, she decides she wants to go get the fruit snacks, and we think it's okay because it's just right there. We can still see her. She hits a corner. After that corner's hit, we don't see her no more. Can't find her in the store.
Right.
When investigation starts, I cannot tell you what my brain is going to do. I can give you a very accurate description of what I think my brain is going to do, and it ain't going to be nothing to do with forgiveness, what
Right.
God said. It ain't going to have nothing to do with none of that. My initial thoughts. At
Black
all.
Love had made a comment. Do you feel that some type of communication with either side takes place during seizures? Like when people have seizures, do you feel like there's some
They
type
said
of
that
communication on either side?
I don't want to promote no one else's channel on your thing, but I talked
Go
to a
ahead, bro.
homegirl
I
that does
mean, if
videos.
it answers the question.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you want me promoting people's channels that you might not agree or disagree with to say the name of the person's
Can
channel.
you say that, put the name in the back chat?
I could put her name in there. Damn, what is her name? Uh, oh,
Go
here
to
we go.
like
Yeah,
the movie
I got
Blueprint.
it. I got it.
Yeah. Or just answer the question either way.
Just read the name and then tell me if it's okay or not.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that person. I don't
So
know.
no, but she's in alignment with what you talk about. She's not on no weirdo shit.
Yeah. So her name is Sexy Red or Red
Sexy Red TV. Was telling me about wait. Well, damn, my mind just slipped. What did you say before?
The question was, do you feel that some type of communication with either side takes place during seizures? Like when people have
Okay.
seizures, does something take place?
It wasn't even Sexy Red. It was my ex-girlfriend. She showed me a documentary about Prince. And the documentary about Prince said that when he was about 8 years old, Prince used to have seizures up until he was about 6, 7, or 8. And then one day he came into his mom's room and he said, "Mom, I'm not going to have seizures anymore. I'm okay." He said that an angel came to him and told him that he wasn't going to have seizures anymore. This isn't planned. We didn't plan this. You asked me a question, I gave you an answer. Coincidences do not exist.
Then he stopped just having seizures?
Yep. And then he stopped having seizures. And then he
I would say to that, whatever the reason was, even if it was religion that stopped him from having seizures, this angel, then I think that's a good thing, So that's what's up.
But what about the person that he became?
Wait, what? What? Did I miss a part?
Prince. What about the person that Prince became? He became a great musician, but he also became a black male musician that would do shows completely naked, claiming that he was a heterosexual male. There was another part of the story where he had to live with somebody else because his dad kicked him out of the house for having sex with a quote unquote female that was older than him. That's what the story says. He was kicked out of the house by his father for having sex with an older woman. If I let my son come live with me, he's smashing an older chick, I'm going to throw a box of Magnums at him, close the door, and leave.
You're funny. I mean, depends on, I don't know. I would wonder why a grown-ass woman would be interested in somebody that is underage, but I guess it's different, allegedly, because if you say the same thing about a girl, if you have a daughter and you find out that she's smashing above age, man, then are you going to be like, here's some condoms, baby, go ahead? No. 9 times out of 10.
No, because boys are different.
And that's where I feel like there's not stereotyping, but it's kind of like a catch-22. Because if the boy is getting, having sex with the older woman and he's still underage, that is still child molestation.
You're right. So the
And if
dad
it
was
happens to a
concerned.
girl, but society says that, oh, he's a pimp, he's a grown man, you know what I mean? But in reality, because I've talked to a lot of male victims, and before we talked, they really didn't have the inclination that they were took advantage of as a child, but it might have been a babysitter, that gets to touching on them, and they tell their friends, and their friends are like, ooh, that's player, you know what I mean? Paraphrasing, right? But in reality, that boy was molested by the babysitter, and the babysitter might have been, grown. Obviously not a child, but even if like a
Can
16-year-old's watching children and they molest like a 7-year-old or something like that, that's molestation.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do what I do best, Queen. Why you like me? I'm gonna go to Webster Merriam Dictionary. I googled the word seizure, and the
Okay.
first one is a noun. It says the action seizure. The word seizure, the action of capturing someone or something using force.
Mhm.
Period. The second definition: a sudden attack of illness, especially a stroke or an epileptic fit. What does that sound like?
Possession.
The action of capturing someone or something using force. That's a definition of seizure. The action of capturing someone or
Mhm.
something using force. This is a dictionary that defines words to the T. And the
Now that's kind
first
of deep.
noun,
That's kind of deep right there. Go ahead, bro.
the second one is a sudden attack of illness, especially a stroke or epileptic fit. Prince had seizures up until he was about 8 years old. He came into his mom's room and he said, "Mom, I'm not having seizures no more." She said, "How do you know that?" She said, "An angel told me I'm not going to have seizures anymore." And then he started playing the piano as if he was fucking Fred Astaire.
Right, Beethoven and shit. That man was talented. So is you saying that like a good angel came in his body, like you know what I mean?
Can I read something else real quick? Hold on.
Mhm.
I'm going to read something else because I know you're not religious, but I'll be on the Bible. Hold on. He said an angel.
Mhm.
It says in the Bible. Hold on, I need to find the verse. I don't want to misread the Bible because it says if you remove or add anything from the Bible, you are written out of the book of life.
Mm.
I want to find the scripture. Okay, so it says that Satan or Lucifer is the only fallen angel that can present himself as an angel of light. So an angel can be a demon or an angel. It's the light or the darkness part. So an angel could be dark or light. But Lucifer is the only fallen angel that can present himself as an angel of light. So if one of the greatest pop culture icons, sex symbols, he literally made himself a symbol, said to his mother at 6, 7 years old that I'm not going to have seizures anymore, which are defined as the action of capturing someone or something using force. I am not going to fall prey to the action of being captured by someone or something using force against me because an angel told me. And then he starts playing amazing music at a young age like a savant. And he becomes one of the greatest musicians of all time. And not only that, he expresses it through his sexual deviancy. And then through his documentary, he has stories about getting kicked out of the house for having sex with older women. But see, I didn't tell you the second part that came after that. After he was kicked out, he moved into the house of his homeboy that looks like who?
I don't
You
know.
remember that Dave Chappelle skit with the nigga with the long hair, the light skinned nigga? That was his friend that he moved into the house with. And it was the mother that was there. And they lived in the basement together. And the mother has stories about hearing sounds of him having sex with the girls and walking in on some of it and not being okay with it and kicking him out too. But see, when I have billions of dollars and I'm trying to protect my estate, I'm not going to let you tell people that it was a man.
Right. True. I mean, but
Because
really, if Prince was gay or whatever, it wouldn't change nothing with me. I think he was still a great artist.
Exactly. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't. But there is something, even though there are no accounts of him messing with kids, he was still changing a narrative. He was presenting himself one way as being a heterosexual, but pushing out homosexual energy. And as he was doing that, he was exploiting these beautiful women. And then the documentary goes more into say about how the woman that he married, an extremely beautiful woman, he tried to have children with that woman, and she had a miscarriage. And then they tried again. The baby was born and it died a week after it was born because it was deformed. And then he covered it up. So on a spiritual sense, what the fuck are you spawning? What's developing in her womb based off your energy?
I mean, all type of things can go wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all type of things can go wrong. You got millions
My
of
dad
dollars,
had
your
3
beautiful
children
wife.
my dad at birth had 3 children, with breathing issues. So, that would be
Hey,
the same type of thing.
they said the
Conception is
baby.
science.
They said the baby had an elephant man face and webbed feet.
Fuck is really going on?
This is facts.
Maybe this was like the first what is it called? Artificial insemination, and they fucked up or some shit.
When they face get smashed up against the tube so they come out funny.
Right,
I heard that joke before.
something.
I heard that
I wasn't even trying to make a joke. I wasn't even trying
No,
to
I
make
heard
a
that
joke.
joke before. Like your face got
Yeah,
smashed up against the test tube and now you're crazy. I heard
that's
that joke before.
crazy.
So what I'm saying is, I 100% respect your perspective because the balance is necessary. And I you coming from, but on a spiritual level, I have people start. I understand on the spiritual level. On the spiritual level, I just got to speak my piece. And this man literally made himself a sex symbol. And he presented himself as a heterosexual male.
Now,
When in
speaking of
reality,
sex
he was
symbols,
most likely poly or bisexual, and he has so much money, has made so much money, and he has lawyers that are still living off that money. That if anyone says anything derogatory, his lawyers will just shut it down to keep a narrative going.
all right.
And
Can you hear me?
anything that is
Can't hear me now.
hypersexualized, I look at it sideways. Anything that is pushing sexual deviancy, I look at it sideways. I've
Do
had
you
a
hear me,
roommate
preach?
that I lived with recently. Y'all even know this, that had younger children in the house, right? I'm on YouTube all the time cussing people out, talking shit about people, all kind of shit. If there was even if there was even a small inclination that Preach was a weirdo, or if one of them would have came in my room and said something shady, it would have got blown up all over this little small space in the internet. I don't get nowhere near no weirdo shit like that. I have certain morals and values and lines that I don't cross for reasons that I've established with God in very critical spiritual situations that I will never cross. And I feel like people don't have those experiences. People don't have those moral crossroads that they meet and they make a decision. If they do make a decision, they make a decision off of for personal gain. Most of the decisions I've made have told me like all your joy is gonna come later. You're not gonna get none of it now. It's gonna come later. You gotta
You
be
hear me,
patient. It's gonna
preach?
suck. You have to bust your ass. You're gonna have to work hard. It's not gonna look pretty. Um, the shit
Fuck.
that
How
you
am I
want,
gonna
it's
tell
not
him
gonna
that I
come right
can't?
away.
Like he can't hear me.
But but
Even look.
but the good thing is you're gonna have good people around you though. So if you need to reach out to somebody, it's gonna be people that you know, that people that know that and respect and appreciate the way you are. They're gonna be able to give you words of advice, but they're not gonna have millions of dollars to give you. There ain't gonna be no money they're gonna be able to give you, but they'll be there for you. They'll be able to talk to you. If you can appreciate that and keep it pushing, you'll succeed eventually. I've accepted that a long time ago. And once again, I feel like people try to take the easy road where they get in those tight situations where money is tight, where times are hard, where it feels like no one's there. And I can step into that space and that feeling of being in that dark room where you feel like God ain't there, ain't nothing there. You ain't got no money.
It
You don't
ain't
know what you're
nothing
gonna
like
do
that for
tomorrow.
me. All right, hold on.
You don't
It
know what's
ain't.
gonna
Can you
happen.
hear me? Can you hear me?
And some ominous voice
Hold on.
comes out of nowhere and it's like, hey,
Hold on. Bro, come back into the studio because you can't hear me. So I don't know what he was talking about. I'm not like that. I'm not wondering why God can hear me or not. I'm good. You know what I mean? Or it feels me or whatever. I'm good. I don't need that. You know what I mean? But I did want to, fix it because he couldn't hear me. I don't know what is going on with StreamYards, bro.
StreamYard gotta be tripping because I'm good. My headset is charged, my internet good, I'm
Yeah,
straight.
they could hear you. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. And it was like
I
you
don't
could hear
know.
where the audio. But I was trying to interject because you had said something about a sex symbol, and there's a certain dude that's dating Tracy that claims that he's a sex symbol. Anyway, I guess they had linked up, so that's why the beef sector, I guess, and the black sector are, looking at that type of situation or whatever. How do you feel about that?
Feel about looking at what?
Rob Rack and Tracy hooking up in California.
Rob, hey yo, Queen Storm, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. I'm glad. The day you told me that he was talking about your kids, I've been on his neck ever since. Y'all can check the timestamps. The day that you told me he was talking about your children, I didn't even look up what he said. I just went to his live. I asked him to drop the link. He dropped the link. Oh, Preach. Who is this? Preach. Don't come over here with no bullshit. I kind of remember like it was yesterday.
Oh, for
I
real?
said, bro, what you said about Queen Strong? You talking about her kids? And that bitch. I said, nah, that bitch, nothing. I said, listen, you a tough guy and all this shit. You out in California. You talking about kids. I thought you were supposed to be on some consciousness shit. You know, talking with Sonetta, they supposed to be on the consciousness tip. I don't hate Sonetta. I think he's trying to do something. I just think the nigga's an old horny dog. You know, he kind of uses his platform, but he's still pushing some information. I tell him all this shit. And I'm like, listen, you're supposed to be some tough guy or whatever. You a thug. That's cool. But you talking about somebody that I respect, and you talking about her family, and she's a woman that speaks out against people and children being victimized. I have a problem with you. I have a problem with that, and I don't know why you went that far. You didn't have to go that far if you're that smart and you're that intelligent. And he didn't like that. And then he started feeling the type of way. So I said, all right, nigga, hit me up. I'm gonna make a brand new email just to talk to you. So I created a brand new email. I wish I still had the screenshots. I made a new email and I hit him up. I said, what's up? This is Preach. He said, oh, okay, this is Preach. Ha ha ha. You know, but he said something. He was like, oh, don't be trying to be my friend and talk to me all friendly. I'm in San where do you say he was? I'm in the Bay Area. Yeah. I said, okay, you in the Bay Area. I said, well, when I get to the Bay Area, I'm gonna make sure I hit up this email and we're gonna find out what's going on. And then he was like, oh yeah, and don't try to be my friend after this. I'm like, yo, I'm done talking to you. You told me where you at. You sound like you scared. Stop trying to continue to have a conversation with me. And I ended it right there. Then after that, because when we had that conversation, he was still like rocking the braids with a little pretty boy smile, you know, walking down the street, talking about the chicks that he deal with. And then shortly after that, he started going on lives with his hair all messed up, having mental breakdowns, throwing up everywhere. You got women coming out talking about him. Then you got this gay dude. I forget what channel it was, but somebody.
That was crazy.
Then you got this gay dude talking about he got his personal information, and I'm like, oh. So this is like I pressed the nigga, and this is what usually happens when I press a bitch ass nigga on YouTube. Every time I press a bitch ass nigga on YouTube and pull up, their whole fucking life falls apart on this shit. And I said that to him. I said, you looking real fucked up, nigga. What's going on? And then he started pulling guns out on camera on me. I'm gonna shoot you and this and that. And then the most recent time I talked to him, I gave him my full name. This nigga got mad. He was like, oh, I got this address. And I let him believe that it was a good address. And then his homeboy that was on the panel with him, somebody, I don't know what the fuck his name was, somebody that was co-signing for this nigga, he pulled up some address and he claimed he got my information. I'm just sitting there like, man, I wish this nigga would pull up anywhere. I'm making a phone call. This nigga gonna die. He's fucking stupid ass nigga. And then his homeboy said, oh, that's in the hood. That's a 100 block. That's a 100 block of Sunrise, Florida. Like he trying to warn the nigga. Like, yeah, that's a 100 block of Sunrise, Florida, nigga. You wouldn't walk down that street with me.
I mean, you have called out a lot of people, like males and shit, and they always bitch up.
Every time. So I even gave the nigga my full name, talking about he gonna dox me. He's like, oh, I got people giving me your information. I got 2 different addresses. Both addresses he pulled up was in the motherfucking hood. And yes, I lived in both of those addresses. And yes, I know people at both of those addresses that will peel your shit back like a coroner, nigga. Cause you's a weirdo. That was the last conversation I had with the nigga, and I'm standing on that. The 2 addresses that he got was 400. He got 400 Northwest 34th Street, Pompano Beach 33064. Then he got 100 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Sunrise Boulevard, Pompano Beach, Florida. Well, Sunrise, Florida 33313, nigga. Talking about he gonna pull up to one of those. Listen, all I want, and then I told the nigga, yo, I just want to catch a fade. You doing all this stupid ass internet shit. You're becoming like a ZX. You're becoming a cancer. You think that the shit that you say on these platforms and the internet doesn't affect people, but it does, because you're talking a bunch of garbage and toxic bullshit that you're putting out on these internet airwaves. You're sitting here trying to act like that you're a ladies' man, but you like men, you need to address that homosexual relationship you was in. I don't know if you don't want to come out the closet or admit it, or you think it was just a mistake, but nigga, you put your life on display. And my main beef with you is you knew that you liked niggas this whole time. And then you want to try to project your negative energy because of your lack of ability to accept who you are in public and talk about this woman's children. I fuck with Queen's Throne, and I'm finna step on your neck for you fucking with anybody that I fuck with, because I think these people are genuine people that don't deserve that shit. And I'm a man and that's a woman. And I would hate for her husband to have to get involved, and now her kids ain't got no father because he's sitting behind the glass somewhere. Nigga, I'm preach.
He right here.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. He right behind me.
Playing on his listen, I'm keeping it a buck. And I told this to this nigga. I'm like, listen, I'm 6'1". What you say, you 6'3"? My big brother 6'7". We had a problem about money when one of our family members died, and I told that nigga on the phone, nigga, we gonna fight, nigga. And we talked the other day about it. He said, remember when you said we gonna fight? Be ready for that. I said, yeah, I'm ready for that, but I still love you, nigga. If you still feel like you want to catch that fade, I don't care how tall you are, nigga. I'm gonna hit you. You gonna feel this. Nigga. I'm all the way 100 with family, friends, especially internet, because you crossing lines. When we come on YouTube to have fun and spread information, and you can make money off of this. And then when you run out of good ideas to get subs and make money off of this, you decide you want to attack the most innocent people in society, and then you do it towards the people who are trying to protect the most innocent people in society. You're not even attacking fucked up people.
Right.
So that shows a level of cowardice that just bothers me, and I like the fact that he's taller than me. It's not fun to beat up on motherfuckers that's smaller than me. I used to beat up on the kids in the higher grades. I didn't like bullies. I fight the bullies. Right. So nigga, what are you telling me? You pulling out guns, talking about you gonna dox me, nigga? I gave you my full name. And both of them addresses you pulled up, even your homeboy told you do not want to go around there. I lived there, nigga, for years. I've told smokers and the niggas that sold them the drugs, yo, my mama live here, nigga. And I ain't never seen them niggas again. Ain't nobody worried about no nigga that like to act tough. I like to fight.
Okay, but the original question was, how do you feel about Tracy hooking up with Rob?
It's all fake. It's all shambles. Tracy is an ultimate troll, and she knows that this nigga is a waste of space. This nigga is one bad alcoholic night from blowing his brains out if those guns have real bullets.
I, on the other hand, I feel what you're saying. I definitely feel that. You know what I mean? Being somebody that he attacked my son and shit like that. But I also feel like maybe if they do fuck around and fall in love, maybe both of them will stop going after people's children and start, but that probably won't happen, because when two fucked up people get together, it's a whole bunch of shenanigans.
Yo, did the white boy that was talking about putting people's kids on the dark web stop doing that shit, or is he still doing that shit?
I don't know nothing about that.
Italian biker and what's the name?
Diet.
People forgot about that.
You talking about Italian biker and Diet?
Yeah, he said he was gonna put people's kids on the dark web.
I remember hearing that.
Yeah. So no, you think they gonna get together and stop the bullshit? No, they gonna amplify it because it's all about views and stuff like that. And I understand that, but see, I see the entertainment value, but I also see where the entertainment value crosses over, and then it might negatively affect real things. If you want to entertain, and if you just want to get clicks and views, then do that. But see, I grew up where I picked my own family. because my own family discarded me and treated me like I wasn't family. So when I run into people who have qualities of family, I'm gonna treat them like I would treat family, even if
Right.
it's on the internet. So if you're a woman and I know you busy, and I know your husband ain't got fucking 5 minutes to deal with a hoe ass nigga like this without getting himself in trouble, and I'm preach, I got time today.
No,
I
we
got time
respect
today.
it. We respect that. We definitely do, because
You see what
I
I'm
know
saying?
that
I
like
got
my
fucking
king,
time.
and there's been a couple of times where he's like, I'm gonna address a motherfucker. And I was like, no, man, just chill. Cause, you know, he will like go the fuck in, and it will not be
Right.
nothing nice, you know.
Yeah.
But
Attack me.
I do appreciate
Yeah.
any time that a male stands up to another male in regards to, like, you know, the other male doing some fucked up shit. I definitely don't think that I
Yeah.
didn't. There's
But
a lot of
and
shit. You're
it's not
right,
even
and it seems like it's just getting worse too, because, you know,
right.
since there is no like barrier or boundaries, it seems just like people are just going all out. You know, there
Right.
was a time
And
where
and
even recently. Go ahead, bro.
no, go ahead. I wanna hear what you're trying to
No,
say
you
because I'm
good.
gonna probably piggyback off that anyways.
Okay, there was a time where recently, like, Clydeva's children were talked about or whatever, and even though me and Clyde got our own beef, I didn't think it was right, right? So I spoke up about it. But other type of situations, now I'm also kind of looking at it in these YouTube streets, like you don't really, know sometimes what's real and fake. These people could be working together behind the scenes just to get numbers, because that's what I've seen happening to these YouTube sectors. Just whatever to get numbers.
Right. And it spills over into real life. And y'all know me, I done got over into the Texas sector, and a couple of them pages got shut down. And I don't really want to speak too much about that because them motherfuckers in the Texas sector, they might be on some indictment shit. Cause them motherfuckers, they are getting into some shit that
Talking about like
listen,
the Mo 3 sector.
the Mo three. Listen, they are. I'm talking about possible, hypothetically, educational purposes, alleged extortion, murder, plots, setup situation. I'm talking about them motherfuckers on some shit. So I only started caring when I started hearing that motherfuckers is trying to go for the real personal. And because I'm from the streets and I kind of still got that engine in me that's like, all right, well, you say you a hood nigga. I like that type of energy. I want to see how far this goes. I know it sounds fucked up and it's a little ignorant, but 9 times out of 10, niggas don't want to go that far. Like you
Right.
remember when I got into it with ZX and he had New York Story Chronicles on the page with him. Some New York nigga, I guess, that say he's certified. You had Bullis Gotti up there, and then you had the nigga that don't get on YouTube no more because he's scared now. They used to fuck with that cryptocurrency chick. I forget the nigga, the nigga that act like he buff. When I said I was gonna come see Bullis Gotti in New York, and I was like, well, when I come to New York, which one of you niggas I need to call? Well, you're not gonna get my phone number, and honestly, all New York gonna stand together. So as soon as we see Preach, we all going. I said, so pretty much you telling me you copping the plea, all you niggas is bitches, and then I got dropped off the panel. See, I don't. When it gets serious about real shit, the game stopped getting played.
Right. I feel you. Black Love said Tracy threatened the same to Fibe's daughter. Now they are friends. I'm at a loss. That is crazy too. Like, sometimes on here it's just wild as hell. Like somebody could literally threaten to rape your child, and then a few weeks later, days later, whatever, a fake ass apology, and then now a motherfucker is, cool as hell. I just don't get down like that. I feel you,
Right.
Black Love.
That's a fact. And it's like I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired of people just being able to say extremely egregious things and it just gets passed off like it never happened the next day or the next live. It's like, listen, no. Accountability is important because everything on the internet is saved. And if you don't think for any moment that if something happens, they're gonna pull all of that up in court. Listen, they're doing it in front of you. Young Thug is being indicted, and a black judge is reading off his lyrics to the fucking jury.
That's a fact. Preach, hold the show down. I gotta go do something for my son.
No problem.
Okay?
Handle your business.
All right. I'll be right back.
Like I'm saying, they're reading off his lyrics to the jury because they're saying if you go into the studio and you're performing and you're creating your art and you said, I slid down 25th Street to a bitch ass nigga I thought I'd never meet. 26 times I shot, he caught the heat. His team suffered defeat. 3 months ago, there was a murder. They found 24 shell casings. A nigga died. That particular nigga was a part of a certain gang. They tied that certain, not gang, alleged organization. They tied that organization to whatever organization that you claim in your raps, because right before you started that verse, you said blood, or you said Crip, or you said XYZ, or you said BDX or XYZ. And then they bring it in court, and then the jury hears that, and they're like, well, that's kind of specific. He really died. It was really 24 shell cases, and you said it was 25. And that shit happened like a week later. Niggas is getting themselves locked up. This shit on the internet is forever. That's why I always say I don't care about what y'all hear. I care about what the district attorney hears. The district attorney. The motherfucker that can give me federal prison time, make sure I never see the light of day again. And then you got niggas like Rob Brack that can openly talk shit about people's children, innocent kids that are going to school every day, that are not thinking about this YouTube shit. We're adults on here. We're supposed to be adults talking about adult things. And you bring children into it where other adults might not have the same decorum or level of respect for people. And you might put a picture out. You know damn well you got somebody in your audience that's going to screenshot that and keep it in their phone forever. You know what they can do with that? They can take that picture of that child and spread it around. They could edit it in derogatory ways. Put phalluses in the kid's mouth. Put them in sexual positions. Because you're mad in the moment. Because you never grew out of some kind of toxic situation that you might have been in. You never worked through some kind of trauma. And I'm not a perfect person, but if I see that, I'm going to do what any other dude would do. I'm going to come to where you at. I'm going to come to where you talking your shit at. I'm going to address you. I'm going to try to get real buddy and real close to you. And I'm going to let you know we're not on the same side. I do want to see you face to face. I don't give a fuck what you claiming. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck if you think you tough or none of that. I'm dead serious with you. You be across the planet, nigga. If you're on the internet and I see you talking crazy, I'm going to pull up and I'm going to address everything. I'm going to make you so mad, I'm going to make you want to come see me. Please, I will sign a waiver. We ain't even got to put no money on it for charity or nothing. I'll sign a waiver. I'll sign a mutual combat waiver. I'll sign a waiver to where you could kill me and you get off scot-free. Because I feel like you could do so many things on this internet. People make so much money on this internet. Yeah. People
Right.
make so much money on this internet, and y'all stoop so low to that point to try to get views and likes and clicks when you can do anything else. And then you perpetrating a fraud because you're really a gay man. And I don't want to get hit with defamation of character, so I'm gonna say allegedly, and I'm assuming that you're a gay man. Because you got other gay men that are claiming they got pictures and videos of you living with them. And then how the fuck he got your social security card? He didn't say he got your social security number. He said he got pictures of your social security card and your birth certificate.
Interesting.
But now you the ladies' man. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. Tracy, you funny as a motherfucker. But on a scale of 1 to 10, you a 3.5 with makeup on.
And that damn wig that be cocked to the side.
Rob Rack dealt with the Kotor chick, the Kotor cartoon cat chick. She fine as a bitch, and she got that London accent. He dealt with her. So you went from her to Tracy, but now you in love with Tracy? Nigga, I'm a man. Nigga, you had a mental fucking breakdown. And the cartoon cat chick, and the more I mention her name, I noticed the more she go live and do videos too. She just did another. I think Cartoon gonna let me smash. Hey yo, Cartoon, let's preach, man. Hit me up. I'll fly you out to Texas. I like your accent. You don't have to keep your kids where they at. I don't want to be on stepdad. But anyway, so she fine as a bitch. I'm shooting my shot a little bit. She fine as a bitch. She's fucking damn. She's sexy. But yeah, you dealt with her, and then you went to Tracy. Tracy funny as hell, and Tracy gonna get the clicks and the views. Tracy gonna drag. Tracy got the YouTube juice. She not better than Cookie. Ain't nobody. Listen, I got Queen's Throne and Cookie up there as far as the two women that if they go live, I don't give a fuck if it's 12 hours. That whole 12 hours gonna be chucked full of entertainment and real shit.
Facts.
Tracy kind of is close to that, but Tracy is too focused on trying to do fuck shit and get involved with other people that do fuck shit. If Tracy get on some real shit, she could be a wrecking ball. That's why she got involved with this weird ass nigga. She saw this nigga having a mental breakdown. This nigga pulled his braids out. The cartoon cat chick, she resurfaced this video of him vomiting on his laptop. Bro, I've seen that. Bro, I've been that drunk. Nigga. I've been that drunk, nigga. You know, drinking, and then you feel that coming up and you throw up. You know, I've been that drunk before, though. I don't drink like that no more. I know where you at in your mind mentally. The liquor is putting you into a state of depression. So you falling more into that. So now, you know, you getting mad at everything. You feel like you ain't got nothing and got nobody. You feel like you ain't got nothing to lose. So you pulling out guns, you threatening people, you acting like you gonna dox me. Hey brother, I just want to give you a word of advice, and I want to help you move on the air of caution. Both of those addresses any address that you might give, brother, I just want to help you out real quick and help you stay out of trouble, my nigga. Like, I don't make threats to people, dog. But you drink too much. Your brain is way too calcified with alcohol to move strategically like how I'ma move if you try me and you actually make me feel threatened, dog. And you really need to understand where I'm coming from when I'm saying to you, bro, you look like a fucking clown and you're acting like a fucking clown, and it's not too late to stop being a fucking clown. Because at one point, when you were trying to be with Sonetta and you were trying to speak on the truth, people listened to you and they liked what you were saying because you kept a smile on your face. And I'm not a homosexual, but I can acknowledge when a man's face has certain symmetry. Your face has symmetry, and you're a light-skinned dude and you're tall. Women find that attractive. You can do something with that. You know, you can actually be a ladies' man. That's why the cartoon cat chick was fucking with you. She saw something in you. And then when she saw the other thing, she got disgusted and she started fucking busting you out on the internet, bro. She got disgusted by you, bro. I dated a few women on the internet, pretty girls. You remember Neon Eyes? She don't like me saying her name. Neon Eyes, pretty ass girl. She ain't never said nothing weird about me. Nothing. My ex-girlfriend, in real life, she never jumped on a panel. I'm not no weirdo. You a weirdo. And you talk about these guns, and listen, I'm assuming that you don't have any real close friends, any real people that support you in your life, and I feel like you chomping at the bit, trying to do, you grabbing at something, man. I don't know if you want views or notoriety, but you have this ego. You have this. I don't know where it comes from. You know, maybe you trying to pick up on like past glory or lost glory. You know, but you have this confidence, this is about you. You see what I'm saying? And it's good. But what I'm saying is, once you cross that line with the kids, then I was like, okay, you lack integrity to the point where I look at you like a bag of like you'll do anything. You'll do anything. And once I label another man as willing to do anything for money or notoriety, bro, you the op, nigga. You the op. You see what I'm saying? And you supposedly doxed me like 2 days ago. Ain't nothing happened. I ain't getting no phone calls from none of them addresses, because trust me, if you would have sent somebody there or did something or made a phone call, somebody would have called me and then I would have just handled it. I ain't getting no phone calls. Like, you capping, bro. You capping. You look like you living in a hotel from time to time. You know what I mean? This Tracy chick, it's obviously a fake relationship. There's no real love there. If y'all remember when me and Neon Oz was doing videos, we was on there boo loving hours. That was real. I was really talking to that girl. I was really fucking with that girl. You might at one point had that with people, but you had that mental breakdown after that gay dude exposed you. And you know the funny thing about it? Gay men in the LGBTQ community, they don't expose men that are in the closet unless they are foul fucking individuals.
True.
You did some foul ass shit. You did some foul ass shit. And I wonder what that is. Because they know what it's going to do to a man's life. Especially if he's at a certain age and he's built up a certain type of persona. And that's exactly what happened. That's why you had the mental breakdown. That dude knew what it was due to you. But he only did it because he knew you were a foul fucking individual. He got tired of you fucking talking shit on the internet. And if I had to guess, he probably got tired of you going out, crossing the line with people, kids, and people, families, instead of staying on your conscious tip with the religion and the science or whatever the fuck you thought you was doing with Sarnetta. And why the fuck Sarnetta don't fuck with you? So you losing all these connections with people that is actually like trying to be on the right shit. Like, we breaking you down, bro. You having mental breakdowns. You waving guns. Listen, you fucked up when you started waving guns. Hey, look, I'm gonna say on the internet right now, I do not own a gun. I fear for my life from this man. So I want the district attorney to hear, if I'm ever in a California area and I run into this man, I'm going to fear for my life. I'm going to defend my life. I'm able to say that now.
Right.
Because when I asked to fight you, you was talking about shooting and weapons. So now I'm scared. I'm scared now. I'm afraid. So when the district attorney listens to this, because the first thing is going to happen, she's going to say, Mr. Jordan, so you had it was a pretty large weapon. It had a stock on it.
Hold on, preach.
What up, man?
Hold on, Preach. Hold on.
What up, man?
You hear him?
Hey, listen, the nigga, your goose is cooked, my dude.
Oh, I think he can't hear me again. Can you hear me, Preach?
I can hear you now, man.
Oh, my king just said hi to you.
Que pasa, amigo?
Hey, salute, man. Salute, man. Salute. Salute,
ahead,
man. I'm
what's good, Leak you?
Yeah, man. Salute to everybody. I'm just saying, man. At this point, man, I just wanted to catch a fade with you, bro. I really don't care how big you are, man. Like I like fighting big dudes, man. They fall funny. Like big dudes, when they start to fall, they like fall on their side and then roll over because they fat. Like I like fighting bigger dudes, and then bigger dudes they like try to grab you and they think they got you, and then when you like hit them with that uppercut or hit them in the kidney, like they fold up. Like I like fighting bigger dudes. You like 6'3", I'm like 6'1". Like listen.
What's good? The fresh perspective and Leak you. Salute. Just be careful, bro, what you say, because you know bitch is a motherfucking.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right. I hear him. I'm just saying. I'm gonna see him one day, man. I'm gonna be in this truck. I'm be in this truck soon. I'm be going all around the country, bro. I'll be in California eventually. And if he really about what he talking about, man, then I'll meet him.
He's not though.
I ain't worried about it.
That's the thing. He's not though, and that's the thing. So he just one of them type of people that just says shit online.
If YouTube isn't gonna stop allowing people to put this stuff on the airwaves, which is more of a detriment to the children that they're trying to exploit for clicks and views, then there has to be the community that says that's not okay. Because we understand that once it's out there, you can't take it back.
Right.
So if these people think it's okay to put it out there, then they think it's okay to have it out there forever. So there has to be someone that's like, bro, no, this affects people in real life. So since you think it's okay to try to affect innocent people in real life, I think it's okay to try to affect you in real life, nigga. And I'm gonna push the issue. Like it's almost like how bad do you want to negatively affect this child? Potentially. How bad do you want this child to possibly have to go through bullying? As bad as you want that to happen, that's as bad as I want to beat the shit out you. And then we're gonna make those things even. That's the way I see it. And I'm wrong for seeing it that way, because now I look like the aggressor because it's not done through the internet.
Right, I feel you.
It seems like a lesser offense because I'm actually talking about actual doing stuff in an instant, when their shit, it's gradual, it lasts longer, but it could possibly do more damage because it's psychological. It'll stick with you longer. If I break your jaw, you go to the emergency room, they're gonna wire your shit. You're gonna wake up, they're gonna give you some kind of medicine. And then you're like, damn, that nigga broke my shit. My head hurt. And you probably your one homeboy or your stupid ass bitch that decided to fuck on you for whatever point in time. They're looking at you like a dummy. Like I told you, stop fucking with that nigga Preach. And that's all you're gonna get. You can be mad about it if you want, but that's gonna be the conclusion. That's as long as your pain is gonna last. But that's my response to you trying to exact a pain on an innocent person that's going to last far longer than that. Because you're doing something that can't be replaced or fixed because it's on the internet forever.
That's true. That is very true.
Like your jaw is going to heal, nigga. You can get a new set of upper teeth. You feel me? We can have a conversation like men and come to a conclusion and dap it up and resolve and forgive. Those things can be dealt with. But you're out here chasing clout, and my only problem is you putting the innocent, you using the innocent people to
to do it. That's the only reason I ever went over there to his shit. As soon as you said your kid, do you remember that day? I think you were, I don't
Yeah,
know if you
I
remember
got it
that
up.
live,
It's
but I got
on
on your live one day. He was like, "Yes, dude."
yeah, it's up on
Yeah.
my true crime TV channel.
You said something about Rob Rack. I said, "Who Rob Rack?" He said, "Oh, he was conscious community. He decided he wanted to put my kid." I said, "I'll be right back. I'm going to his channel." What I do? I left. I jumped in his chat. I said, "Drop the link." He dropped the link. I said, "Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
He copped the
he
plea.
bitched
I
up
got an
since.
email. That nigga ain't say, "Listen, it's straight like that." It's straight like that. So I mean, look, nigga. And the sad thing is, he came from the conscious space where you're supposed to be trying to build stuff consciously. Ain't
Yeah,
y'all
but
trying to
he's
build that?
more of just because the conscious sector kind of like merged with like the religion sector in a way. So you got a lot of Israelites, you know what I'm saying, over there. And Robert came from really the Israelite section, and then he, tried to maneuver and get Sonetta's attention. He's not really conscious community though. You know what I
What
mean?
what about Shaka Almost?
Did you know that Shaka cut his dookie lock from his head?
Hey, look, I'm not trying to put myself on no kind of pedestal, but after I came at Rob Rack, he went through a mental breakdown and took his braids out. After I told Shaka I want to fight him, he cut off his fucking dookie locks.
He probably
didn't
thought that you
happen
were gonna
like
grab it and like hold it and then punch him in the face while holding
If it did, hey, look, I'm not even trying to chase clout. If it didn't happen like that in that order, call me a liar and a clout chaser.
No, you're
But
not
that
lying at
when
all.
10 toes down came on your shit, Sonetta came on your shit, and 10 toes down is some kind of street nigga from New York. I ain't give a fuck about none of that. I said 10 toes down, that nigga wrong, y'all nigga wrong. You riding with that nigga, you fucked up too. And 10 toes down talking to me like, I'm not saying he was acting scared. I'm just saying he was showing me a level of respect that I don't see him show other niggas.
Right, I did see that too.
So I'm not no super tough, super gangster. I've never been involved with an organization that commits crime. I've never been a part of no kind of criminal organization. The only group I've ever been a part of was the U.S. Air Force. You feel me? I never claimed to be no gangster. I never claimed to be no tough guy, but I stand on shit, and I know if you put another grown man in front of me, unless that nigga is built like Shaq, I'm not finna be too worried because my big brother is 6'7" and he's been my disciplinarian ever since I was young. He like if people ever wonder why Preach is so chill and so cool and don't really want no problems with nobody is because I had to fight through him to go try to fight other niggas at school. Because the rules in the house was, nigga, we convicts. We been to jail. You see what I'm saying? So if you want to go to jail and you think you that nigga, well, you mad about something. You want to go to school tomorrow, act like you want to cause problems. Well, when you come back, if you get in the fight, you're going to have to fight us too. So we don't give a fuck if you whoop him. You're going to have to whoop us. And if I wanted to go outside and handle something, I had to fight one of my uncles.
But I do think you're correct though with how they're indicting rappers, that eventually it's gonna come to people on like, Bigo, Miko, YouTube, Instagram that say and do certain shit like how Rob Rack has done. Cause I got like 16 hours of him drunk as hell, waving around guns and threatening children that I still haven't even edited yet.
Right. He's an idiot. So I like to quote the Bible and be a hypocrite sometimes. They say Jesus brings truth. It's going to be like a sword that divides. The truth is like a sword, very sharp sword. You know, it's going to show you the ugly and the good, and it's going to show you the ugly and the good and the good and the bad. I don't know if that makes sense. Let me say it again. It's going to show you the ugly and the good and the good and the bad. So the people that you think is good, even people like me, it's going to show you the ugly in me too. That's what the truth does, because I'm not perfect. That's what the truth does. But I don't mind it, right? But see, I feel like I take serious things that I wish certain adults that were around in my life should have taken more serious, and it would have caused less negative effects on my life.
I agree.
If that makes any sense.
I agree.
Because even though I don't have to suffer through dudes pulling up my big sister on OnlyFans, I did have to suffer through walking through the hallways, going to a middle school that my sister left because she's in a high school now, and I got bitches. Excuse my language, sorry. I got women walking up to me in the hallway that I might have wanted to talk to, asking me, "Oh, is it true that your sister did this and that with XYZ? Is it true that she got XYZ and caught something?" What?
Right. I feel you. How was Black doing?
I cussed him out the other day.
You did? Why?
I told him I was going to kill him.
Why?
Well, our relationship turned sour. He's a narcissistic sociopath.
Oh wow.
Essentially, he turned what I thought was a blessing for him into an opportunity to milk somebody who's a good person for more shit.
I got you.
So he went from a willing recipient to I don't know what you would call that, a landlord.
Not a landlord.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
I know, man. I know. It's funny. It's funny. It's funny how things work out like that. But my thing is, it's all about the babies. It's all about It's all about them kids. Because I didn't have shit when I was a kid, bro. I wasn't able to be in the same house with my mom and my dad. I wasn't able to go knock on the door. Hey, mama, can I get something to drink? And then dad be like, didn't she just tell you don't drink? I didn't have that. I wasn't able to have that. And I feel like they were able to have that. So anything negative that came from it, I don't care no more. It's all about the baby. And that's where I'm keeping it at.
Right. I feel you. I feel you. I definitely feel you. I think I'm gonna get off of here, enjoy some time with my king and shit like that. Get something to eat because I ain't ate in like a long ass time. But I did enjoy our open panel, open topic portion of this live stream. Definitely.
It's been a minute since you let me talk my shit like this. It's been a minute.
It's been a minute, yeah. But we gonna do more though, where we just kind of come together and have an open panel or whatever, because I know you guys like them and I do too. As well. So we will do this again soon.
Yeah, man. And King, I appreciate you holding it down over there in your kingdom and keeping Queen safe. We need her out on those streets busting the bad guys. You see what I'm saying?
I'll tell him what you said. I got the headphones on.
All right, cool.
Tell him what you said. I'll play it for him when I get off. Much love, Preach. You been going live lately?
Nah, man. I'm in a hotel right now. I just been hopping on people's panels. I've been talking with Bomb Cherry. I've been going on her stuff. Trinity been chewing me out.
Uh-oh.
And that's my little baby. I love Trinity to death.
Yeah, Trinity's cool.
I love Trinity.
All right, bro. Much love.
Thank you again, and salute to the royal family. And look, when I put them memes in the group chat, y'all niggas need to like my memes. Y'all be acting like y'all don't be watching.
I gotta get back in there. I haven't really been really fucking with Instagram or whatever, but I'm about to. And then, on days where y'all just want to have an open panel, let me know and I'm open to it. Cause I can also, always like a video that I edit, I could just drop it as a premiere, just drop it, just upload it and let it, go on its own or whatever, which I've been doing lately. So let me know, because that's why I kind of went more back into editing and stuff like that, because I do want to. I know sometimes, like when I do a show on something, it goes on and on and on sometimes, but I do want to give you guys an opportunity to talk and for us to mingle together.
Oh yeah, one more thing. You need to watch Mind Hunter.
Yes, I wrote it down. I know that my king will be interested in it too, so I'm gonna definitely tell him about that Mind Hunter.
Mind Hunter is fire. I mean, y'all gonna be stuck. Y'all not gonna stop watching it. Y'all gonna be like, "Fuck, I gotta go to work tomorrow." Type shit.
Because he works tomorrow, but it's kind of
Yeah.
still early 9 something or whatever, and he ain't playing the game. He was just doing something on his phone. He was playing earlier when I started the live, but he like turned it off. So I think that's his little cue. Like, okay, I'm on me some time. You know what I mean? But
Listen.
So, but I will tell him though, and probably even is it appropriate for like a 13, 14-year-old?
I don't want to give too much away.
Is it appropriate for a teenager?
Do they watch have they seen like Avengers and stuff?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, then
My
yeah,
kids are.
they good.
Yeah,
It's gonna be some adult. There's gonna be some psychological adult conversations that are really like sexual in nature.
Oh, okay.
Really deep, like sadistic conversations that are being had because they're trying to understand the psychology behind serial killers.
Because my daughter, oh yeah, that's right, what the context of it was. So my daughter, she has her iPad and stuff like that, and she went and tried to watch Dahmer on her own. I think she got through a portion of like the first one, and then she was like, "Mom, Dahmer's sick. I can't watch it." I was like, "Why are you watching it anyway?" Like, I didn't want you to watch that.
It's not
I think
Dahmer.
me and my kid will enjoy it. My older
It's not
son.
Dahmer. They could watch it. If she stopped Dahmer, then she can watch Mind Hunter. It stays on a very professional FBI case by case
Type of level. Okay.
fact driven. They don't stick too long on. They don't linger on the nasty and the gritty. They stick to the psychology behind it. So yeah, I think y'all be good with that.
And yes, Preach does have an Instagram. Are you okay with me typing your name in the chat?
Of course. Who is that beautiful woman? Who is that?
Oh, but she is giving chocolate. Okay.
Listen.
Oh, harassment or nothing there. I'm just saying.
No, listen.
I like
No, Queen, be quiet. You follow Preach on Instagram. My profile is I will accept your shit right now.
It's
and I don't
your
work. I
name,
don't
right?
work
With the
tomorrow.
Jordan. Preach. It's the name with the Jordan, right?
Yeah, it's the name with the Jordan. I don't hide from nobody. That's my actual real name, just in case you think I'm a weirdo. You can look me up.
I'm just trying to make sure, y'all. I'm typing it in now. My nail got stuck in the freaking keys. That's the only reason why I hate long nails, because you be trying to type fast, child. I be having hella typos. But anyway, let me get up out of here. He done came back in, child. And see what's going on. This is Preach's name on Instagram. It's not the Preach part, but I was trying to type that is Preach, and my nail got stuck in there. And
you just doxed me. You just doxed me. It's okay.
Shut the fuck up. Watch, Preacher's gonna start making videos like, she doxed me. You know what I mean? But no, you already just said, bro, you ain't got no problem with that. So that's why I was
No,
checking.
I don't. Add me. I should see it right now, right? She should be adding me right now. No, you should stay on just to see if she's tapping.
Okay, I'm here for a
second.
I'm here for a second.
Black yeah.
Got it. So let me put it again.
There we go. I see it.
Got it. Okay.
Ash Black.
That's what's up.
We ain't
But
got
yeah,
no
maybe we'll
picture.
come up with like a certain day of the week or something where it's like an open panel or however y'all want to do it. Because I know that a little bit ago you guys had told me that you guys wish we did more open panels again. So just let
Yeah,
me
man.
know.
So we can have these talks, man, because motherfuckers got to get aired out, bro. You know, listen, and I just want to, I just want to end it by saying this. You know, always got to look a little good ending.
Mm-hmm.
I
Why when he said good ending did they cut his audio?
Oh
Breathe.
no, is my audio good
Oh,
now?
yeah, it's good.
Okay, because I was looking at Instagram to see if she actually followed me.
Oh, okay.
I just want to end it by saying, man, look, like I said, man, I'm just a regular dude, man. I'm a civilian. I'm a law-abiding citizen, man. And I've been in the real streets like a lot of us have, and real black people that want real black people to succeed and have their family and their children strive don't want their children to be products of the bullshit that we grew up in. So we constantly see the signs and we see the dangers and we try our best to fight against it. And you people that's just you clout chasing, do anything you can to get views, you're a detriment to that community. So don't be surprised when we step on your motherfucking neck.
That part.
Don't be a bitch ass nigga or a hoe ass bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Salute.
All right. I will follow you as well. Asha Black One. Asha Black One. Salute to you. So that's kind of all I had for today. I'm not even gonna play an outro song or whatever. But I just wanted Charli to know, and then also he had the time to hit the panel this whole time. I've been live for 4 hours and 30 minutes, and clearly not a lot of people know about Charli. So that's probably why there's not that many views as well, because it seems like the video did better than this live so far. But I just found it really crazy that he could come under my community, tab area, whatever, not community tab, comment section, and act like he was being victimized somewhere when the real victim was possibly that man. And like I said, I'm going to continue to look into it. I didn't scrub the internet before I had re-edited the video to take out Charli's response, and didn't find shit but Charli just running his mouth, and we've heard enough of that. And since he's gonna cry like a baby if we use that shit, I mean, I could still do it, edit him like I edit some of the other people on here or whatever, but that ain't it ain't really that interesting to me. I said what I said. You, in my eyes, are suspect of possibly taking a 15-year-old's, manhood or whatever. You took his innocence, and it is that. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm not on this page in a couple of days or whatever, or tomorrow or whatever, because I'm not taking the video down that I did, the part one of this. I'm not taking it down. He can copyright strike if he wants. That's fine. I have none. So it is what it is. But I will, if he continues to fucking play with me, I will put the other version up on, other channels, because I still got the video, even if you flag it down, you fucking idiot. But oftentimes when people that are being accused respond in this type of way where it's just, oh, let me strike it down so I can get rid of the video, that just kind of tells me that you got shit to hide, and don't let me get to digging, because you've done a lot over there on Bigo. But anyway, this just is, some of the things that you run into when you're looking at different type of content or whatever. Sometimes people are going to get in their feelings. There are other people, like we've talked about Detroit Thought over here. We've talked about Queen Op. We've talked about Shell. We've talked about Supa, and other people. And, that's what we're going to continue to do, because people had told me that they like the Big O Miko content, the fact that they don't really know these people and they're kind of learning about the app as well as some of the personalities. And some of the times when I come up here, like what I was going to do today, I was going to, wake up and edit this video where I think it's funny content. But I do want to say, in one of the situations with the people, it's comedy, but they used a voice editing clip, so it does sound like it's a child, but it's a grown adult that is, it has a voice editing software on there. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, because I was going to come with some comedy today. I do want to do that video that a bitch tired had requested about how victims that are 15 or whatever, around that age, feel, and how they're groomed into the situation, because there's this like notion that at 15 somebody should know what child molestation is, and if it's not talked about at home, then a lot of these kids don't understand, and they are groomed by people that are experts at grooming. They're experts at being predators, just like Preach had stated in a portion of when he had come up and hit the panel. I think he worded that great. Shout out to Preach. It's always a joy to chill with the royal family, and Preach is no exception. So anyway, y'all, I will, start looking into the video that was requested, as well as try to get some other content out here. But I really first want to go and try to find the clips that I need for the video that was requested, because I think that may shed some light on things, and then people will also have a reference. I know I have it in some of my other videos, but it's kind of just all over the place. So that will be its own topic, and it will be what it is. So much love, you guys. Please hit the like button if you haven't on the way out. And if you're new watching this and rewatch, please subscribe. Check out my channel. It's nothing personal with Charli, but when I'm hearing these type of accusations or whatever, it makes me want to talk about it. But not everything that I bring from Miko or Bigo will be negative. So also keep that in mind. Look, I'm not out here to hurt nobody that ain't out here hurting nobody else. So with that said, much love. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke, because you will see me, hear my voice, watch one of my edits, or enjoy a live stream with me coming up soon. Much love, you guys. Bye-bye. Be safe, y'all. Take it easy.